A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
Say, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello, Marcella. What's up?
Well, I've written a song, and I want you to hear it.
Oh, swell, Marcella. I'll hear it later, because right now I want to tell the ladies the wonderful news about Does.
Well,
You see, Does is the first really new kind of wash day soap in years.
Well, Does is what I'm going to sing about.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's hear it.
Okay. There'll be a change in your washing when you start using Does. Does has the ladies talking all about. New Does will do everything when wash day comes round. It's quite the most surprising soap you found.
That's fine, Marcella, as far as it goes.
What do you mean?
Well, you didn't mention how Does does all three kinds of wash. Everything from dirty work shirts and streaky towels to the prettiest rayon undies.
Well,
You see, that's where New Does is so different from any of the four other leading granulated wash day soaps. It's so much safer for your rayons and nicer colored washables.
I know.
Yet this same Does gets grimy work shirts clean.
Sure, and it gets towels and linens white, too.
Yes, Does gets them dazzling white. Why, you won't see more snowy white washes than Does gives you, because no soap made can get clothes one bit whiter or do it one bit easier.
That's right. There's no hard scrubbing with Does.
Not a bit. Honestly, once a lady tries Does, she'll find it's a really new kind of granulated soap.
You bet. Does is new. Just wait till you hear the rest of my song. I'm sure it'll convince the ladies they should try Does right away. How about it, ladies? Will you ask for that big red and white box today? Remember, Does the grimiest work shirts, get your towels white as well. Yet Does is safe for rayon slips to tell. This soap will do everything, now isn't that news? Does is the soap that you should use. Get the UZ, get Does.
And now the Goldbergs. Jake Goldberg is having son-in-law trouble without even having a son-in-law. For Rosie's love for Walter Jerome and Walter's break with his own family have beached the young man on the Goldberg doorstep. Mrs. Jerome has cut him off from the family income, and Mr. Jerome has asked Jake to give Walter a job. And so, Jake is offering Walter a job. This offer seems more important to Rosie than to Walter. Rosie wants this rich young man, used to the easiest kind of life, to prove himself independent and, well, listen.
Mama, darling, did you speak to Papa?
I will, Rosalie. Tell him if you want me to fix your ribbon.
There must be something at the mill that Walter could do.
Rosalie, darling, please. If Papa gave Seymour Schlüssel a job in the mill, he'll find something for Walter also.
Yes, Ma, but not the kind of a job that Seymour has. I mean, well, Walter is, well, he's a college man, Ma. He's
Please, Rosalie. Leave it to Papa, and Papa will see.
But, Mama, darling, you talk to him, huh?
I said I will, darling.
And, well, whatever he does for Walter, Ma, he's he's doing for me.
We know that,
thought we are going to play cards.
We will, Jay, darling. We will. I have the cards. I got them all tashled. Give Papa a chair, dear. Over here. Put on a bigger light so we'll see to play the cards.
All right.
And, Rosalie, bring me a pencil, yes, dear?
Walter and Sammy are waiting outside for me, Ma.
Mama asked for a pencil.
It's all right. It's all right, darling. Go. I'll get the pencil.
Papa, darling, what kind of a job will you give Walter?
I have to think about it.
It's not a question of thinking. What opening have you got? I mean, is
I look around and see.
well, something that Walter could...
Rosalie, please, that tootling for you.
I'm going, Ma. Papa, darling.
I told Walter to come down to the mill tomorrow, and I'll see.
Papa told Walter to come down to the mill and he'll see, Rosalie. That tootling.
I'm going. It's so important, Papa, darling. He has to prove something to himself.
We understand that, Rosalie, darling. Papa understands and I understand. We understand the situation fully, Rosalie, please. Papa will do what he can for Walter.
It's for me, too, Papa, darling.
I'll do the best I can.
Thanks. I love you, too, Papa, darling.
You love me, too. There was a time when you loved me only.
I don't love you less.
Your heart is big, huh, Rosalie?
When you're in love, your heart is big enough for the whole world, huh, Mom and you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, they're tootling, Rosalie.
Tell him to stop the tootling, Rosalie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, darling.
It's a promise, Papa, darling.
Papa said he'd see the best he could do, darling.
Goodbye.
Don't go like that, please. Please, take your hat, take something, take the snoot. You take the snoot, you just fixed your hair. Put it around the snoot.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye.
Honey, will you stop blowing the horn? Goodbye.
Goodbye, darling. Oh,
Tassel the cards. It's your tassel, Molly.
I will, dear. I will. Jane.
Don't ask me, Molly. I don't know.
What was I going to ask you?
What job I have for Walter?
You don't know, huh?
Would you know?
What do you mean?
What can the boy do? Do I know?
Well, he can...
What? As far as I know, he never had to lift a finger.
Take the card.
Can I make him a factory worker? A boy that lived in the lap of luxury all his life?
But,
An errand boy or...
Take a card.
I stop for to take a card a minute. I'm talking.
All right. Jake, you'll see.
What will I see more than I see? Would it I didn't see what I see?
What do you see? I mean...
I see a boy that was raised with no preparation for life. That's what I see. I see an educated vacuum. That's what I see. I see a boy in his 20s that...
You know, Jake, darling, we know that.
So what should I do? Make him a vice president?
Vice president.
What else is he fitted for? He's not even an unskilled laborer. He's not
All
even
right, darling, all right. So you'll see. Take a card.
Tassel, can I say to him, Walter, here is a broom, sweep the floor?
Maybe he will. Maybe he will. Maybe what he needs and what his father wants and the only reason that Mr. Jerome asked you to give Walter a job was exactly because...
Why didn't he realize his responsibilities as a father long ago? Why did it have to fall on my shoulders to be responsible for somebody else's son? Why?
Seymour?
Yes, how do you do? Good
evening.
evening.
Evening. Come in, Seymour. Come in. Sit down, Seymour.
I have a few things to say, Mr. Goldberg, and I don't want you to get excited. I want you to let me talk and say what's been torturing me for days.
Sit down, Seymour.
It's all right, thank you. It took a great deal of self-discipline to bring myself to have the courage to come here and speak to you.
Well, speak.
I will.
Sit down, Seymour.
It's all right. My feeling for your daughter is no secret to you, I'm sure. She doesn't love me. She doesn't love me. That's something that nobody could do anything about. She prefers Walter Jerome. That's my misfortune. Hope it won't be hers.
What do you mean?
Nothing at all. Rosie likes him. I hope she'll be very happy.
Is that what you came to say?
No, not at all. What I came to say is more important, much more. It's bigger. It has social significance that you shouldn't ignore.
Well,
Well, then it's come to my ears, Mr. Goldberg, that Walter Jerome is going to get a big job in the mill.
Well?
There's only one job that's open that I know of. And that job is rightfully mine. I worked for it. I studied for it. I left my mother's home and came here because I staked everything on a future. That good-looking, tall, dark, and handsome, incompetent 160 pounds of waste material going to get what is rightfully mine? That's all I came to ask. That's all I want to know. Why don't you give him my job? Give Walter Jerome my job. Let him sweat and work like I did for 2 years. For 2 long years, Mr. Goldberg, I labored in your service. I was faithful to you in the business. I did my lowly job as if it was the most important thing in the world. Did I work for mere money? I did not. I worked for the chance and opportunity to serve you and myself, to become something. I was poor. I came without a background. I did all in my power to be worthy of your trust. And now, just when I'm ready to take the first step up, something happens. Your daughter's affections are engaged elsewhere. The rich, cultivated stranger who doesn't even know how to sweep a floor steps over my head. My toil was for naught. My faith was for naught. I am naught. Why? Because I'm poor. Because I'm unimportant. Because I'm without power. Because he's rich and his parents are important and your daughter is in love. I asked you, Mr. Goldberg. I demand your answer. Is that right? Is that justice? I asked you to answer or forever hold your peace.
I came back, my... Oh, hello, Seymour.
Whoa.
Where's my light coat, Ma?
It's hanging.
Oh.
You're officially engaged, aren't you, Rosie?
What'd you say, Seymour?
Nothing.
I don't mind if I run alone.
Walter's going to work in the mill, isn't he?
Yes, but we don't know what capacity yet.
Yes, we do.
You do? What, Papa, darling, what?
Walter takes Seymour's job, and Seymour takes a promotion.
If Rosie's face could fall any lower, it would hit the floor. And if Seymour's face could shine any brighter, the sun would shrink from the sky. But their reactions are only the first steps in a long process which is going to end with Walter. What will Walter do about his offered job at the mill, which is all tied up with his new life as part of the Goldberg family? Say, who does dishes at your house? You do? Well, then, chances are you've been struggling with those halfway soaps. I mean tough granulated soaps because they fall short on safety for your hands. And I mean bar soaps because they don't have real speed. Well, they don't have real speed. Well, you can toss such halfway soaps right out because New Does is here. Yes, I mean that wonderful new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And Does has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra safety for your hands. In fact, your hands get far gentler care from Does than any of the 4 other leading granulated wash day soaps. Just notice how beautifully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet no soap made can beat Does for quick action on those greasy pots and pans. It cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, Does has everything. Yes, Does has everything for dishes. Just try it today and let those busy suds tell you how really different Does is. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Tomorrow, the Goldbergs expectantly wait for results, and they get some, which Rosie has a hand in. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day. For Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. The life of an average school teacher tends to run along a fairly smooth and even path. But if that teacher's name is Constance Brooks and she teaches English at Madison High School, that path is apt to be not quite so smooth and even.
Somehow, while most girls go through life attracting boys, I go through it attracting accidents. Wednesday, as I was leaving Clay City High after a visit with a friend, I hit the jackpot of all accidents. I was walking toward the elevator, my mind off in space, when a few seconds later, so was I. I had stepped into an open elevator shaft. The next thing I knew, I was hanging by my fingertips. Jason Brill, Clay's principal, had rushed up and pulled me to safety. The newspaper photographers had taken our pictures, and we were so busy I didn't have a chance to faint until I got home. The next morning, as my landlady and I sat down to breakfast, I slipped the newspaper casually under Mrs. Davis's eyes and waited for her reaction. Finally, it came. In tones quivering with excitement, she said,
Connie, what's a two-letter word meaning sun god?
Mrs. Davis, look.
No, dear. Look has 4 letters. Maybe I should try it vertical. Now, let's see. What's a 3-letter word for feline domestic animal?
Meow.
Oh, no. Quiet, Minerva, and finish your milk. Now, 3-letter word for feline domestic animal.
It's no use, Minerva. Mr. Davis, if you'll forget that crossword puzzle for a moment and look at the front page, you might see a story about a person you know that will interest you.
Oh, all right, dear.
Well?
Oh, my goodness. Why, Connie, this is your picture. A picture of you and Jason Brill. But what are you two doing on the front page?
If you'll read the story, you'll see what we're doing there.
A story? Oh, that's right. There is a story. Jason Brill, principal of Clay City High School, played the hero yesterday as he hoisted Constance Brooks, Madison High English teacher, out of an open elevator shaft. Miss Brooks had been dangling by her fingertips 3 stories up, with the elevator a floor above her, when she was finally rescued. Oh, Connie, how awful. But, dear, I don't quite understand.
Don't quite understand what, Mrs. Davis?
Wouldn't it have been simpler to wait for the elevator like everybody else?
Not with my claustrophobia. Mrs. Davis, the whole thing was an accident. A horrible, nightmarish accident.
Oh, of course, dear. Were you hurt?
No, I'm all right today. Now, please don't worry about me, Mrs. Davis. I have as many lives as... No coaching, Minerva. Don't you want to read the rest of the story?
I'm reading it now. Mr. Brill, who is currently one of the principals being considered for promotion to assistant superintendent of schools, was extremely modest about his daring rescue. When asked to comment, he said, "This is nothing that any other aggressive, vigorous, alert, level-headed, courageous man wouldn't have done under similar circumstances."
If he printed his whole comment, he would have been elected to Congress. As it is, I doubt if he'll make assistant superintendent. At least not while Mr. Conklin is also trying for the job.
Oh, is Osgood still after that position?
Like Dick Tracy is after Rughead. Like today, our boy unveiled his Project X in front of Mr. Stone.
Project X? Goodness, it sounds important. What is it, dear?
If I know Mr. Conklin, it's probably a scientific method of making 6 teachers do the work of one principal. Frankly, Mrs. Davis, I'm dying to find out about Project X myself. Mr. Conklin's promised me that this morning he's letting the cat out of the bag. Back in the bag, Minerva.
In any case, Connie, it might be a good idea to drop in and see your principal before your first class. He'll be so relieved to see you unscratched. He'll fuss over you like a cat over her baby kitten.
Yes, Minerva, they're playing our song. Well, here I am, Mr. Conklin, in perfect health, none the worse for wear, not a scratch on me, and ready to start the day's work with a brave smile. So don't you worry one bit.
Sit down, you traitor.
Huh? Mr. Conklin, didn't you read the story about me in the morning paper?
7 times. Miss Brooks, you knew I was in a life and death struggle with Jason Brill for assistant superintendent. You knew that making him a hero would practically ruin my chances. For lo, these many years, you have been enjoying all of your accidents right here at Madison. And now, when I need you most, Why did you have to take your business elsewhere?
It was rather thoughtless of me, sir.
And I was so confident that when I unveiled my Project X before Mr. Stone at 3 this afternoon, it would dwarf all of Brill's recent projects. But now, with his hero story...
Is this your Project X, sir? This desk microphone and the instrument panel with push buttons?
Yes. It's an amplifying system. Sitting right here in my office, I can press buttons and hear what's going on in any classroom or hallway. I can check on my teachers and students at any time. The Board of Education was delighted when I suggested they try out the system at Madison.
Would you show me how it works, sir?
Well, I had promised my daughter Harriet she would be the first to hear it this morning, but I don't know what's happened to her.
Oh, I'm certain she wouldn't mind if I heard it first.
No, I suppose not. All right, I'll flick it on. We'll warm up with room 100, although it may be unoccupied at this early hour.
Oh, come on, Harriet. Just one little kiss.
No, Walter. Daddy wouldn't like it.
Who wants to kiss him? Please, Harriet. One teensy-weensy little kiss.
Denton, unpack her this instant.
What? Harriet, you know you're getting to sound more like your old man every day.
Well, that wasn't me, Walter.
Well, don't tell me it's my conscience talking.
Denton, this is your principal talking.
No conscience ever shouted like that.
Holy cow, now Miss Brooks' voice is coming out of the woodwork. Come on, Harriet, let's get out of here.
Well, that's my Project X, Miss Brooks. And if you hadn't made a hero out of Jason Brill, it would have been enough to sway Mr. Stone in favor of my promotion. I tell you frankly, if Mr. Stone selects Jason Brill for that job, I'm going to be in a very ugly mood indeed.
Yes, sir.
I will hark back constantly to the incident that caused my defeat, knowing always at whose doorstep to lay the blame. You can imagine what may occur.
Yes, sir. For the next 6 months, you're liable to trample all over my welcome mat. Well, since I had made a hero out of our principal's arch-rival, Jason Brill, Mr. Conklin felt that I had cost him his promotion to assistant superintendent. Just before lunch, Mrs. Davis phoned to find out how I was feeling, and I gave her a rundown of the situation.
Connie, I'm amazed at Osgood. Do you mean he wasn't a bit happy to see you up and around?
He acted more like he wished I were down than under. He feels I've cost him his promotion.
Well, he's just upset, dear. Why, with a wonderful project like that amplifying system, he should be able to walk into that new job.
Over a road of broken eardrums. That system is driving us all crazy, Mrs. Davis. He listens in on us in the classrooms, in the hallways, in the recreation room. A few minutes ago, I had the shock of my life in the female faculty room.
My goodness. Well, Osgood is just sulking, Connie. Still, it would have been better for you if he had been the hero.
Well, it's too late to worry about that now, since... Mrs. Davis, what did you just say?
Well, I said... Oh, goodness, Connie, I'm afraid I wasn't paying attention. What did I say?
Yes. Why not?
No, I'm certain I didn't say yes. Why not?
Mrs. Davis, you're a lifesaver. Well, goodbye now. I've got to meet Mr. Boynton in the lunchroom and break the good news to him.
Good news? What good news, Connie?
That at 3 p.m. today, he's going to be rescued by Mr. Conklin from a terrible accident.
Say, that pie was better than they usually make down here.
Yes, it was.
Oh, now, you said you had a big favor to ask me. What is it?
Yes, I did want to ask a favor, Mr. Boynton, but perhaps I'd better not ask it here. You know who might be listening in on us right now.
Who? Which who? Oh.
Yes, that who. If I could whisper it to you, though. Bring your ear over closer. Now, listen.
Say, that tickles. You know, you sent a chill right down my spine.
Care to do me now? I mean, let's just talk in low tones.
Oh, Miss Brooks, believe me, you're worrying needlessly. I'm sure Mr. Conklin has something better to do than listen in on lunchroom conversations. But if you're worried, why don't you just write down what you have to say on a napkin? What do you think of that idea?
I think it's the sneakiest thing I've heard today.
Mr. Conklin. Gosh, you were right, Miss Brooks.
Don't get panicky, friend. Just follow me across to the unoccupied zone of Madison High. We'll be perfectly safe from him here in the boiler room, Mr. Boynton. There isn't a wire in the place, see?
Still, he's here, Miss Brooks. I can feel it in my bones. This room is wired, too. I know he's here.
Mr. Boynton, look. I'll prove to you once and for all that Mr. Conklin has no wires down here. Here's a paper bag on the floor. I'll blow it up and explode it near the ceiling. Watch. Mr. Boynton, get up off your knees.
I can't hear you. What happened to my eardrum? Where is everybody?
Mr. Conklin?
I can't hear you. Take up to somebody. Please.
Mr. Conklin, can you hear me, sir?
Oh, somebody. I can't hear you. Please, somebody.
Go jump in the lake, fish face.
Take a flying leap for yourself, meathead. Hear what I called him, Miss Brooks?
If it's a question of your getting the Medal of Honor, I'll be your witness.
Well, now that Mr. Conklin can't hear us, what was that big favor you wanted?
Mr. Stone is coming over at 3 this afternoon to hear the amplifying system in action. And when he presses the button to hear what's going on in your laboratory, I was wondering if you could be in the midst of a fake accident yelling for help.
Oh, I see. You mean if I have this fake accident and Mr. Conklin saves me, Mr. Stone may pick him for that promotion and we'll be rid of him and his amplifying system.
You ain't just burning your Bunsen, Boynton. That's right, I mean. Now, just in case Mr. Conklin has regained his hearing, let's go outside and talk over the details.
No, all right, Miss Brooks. Follow me. This back door leads to the athletics field, and I'm sure that no one...
Father will never hear us here in the boiler room, Harriet. Not a chance. Believe me.
But are you sure, Walter?
Well, just to play it absolutely safe, I'll test. Oh, come on, Harriet. Give me a kiss. Just one little kiss. Yeah, it's okay, Harriet. If he'd heard me, his bark would have exploded the boiler room by this time. Now, what do you think of my plan?
Well, making a hero of Daddy in front of Mr. Stone sounds pretty fantastic to me.
Fantastic? What's fantastic about it? It's simple. When Mr. Stone tries out the sound system and contacts the boiler room, I pretend the water pipes have exploded and I'm practically drowning.
And then Daddy hears you hollering, dashes down and rescues you, huh?
Yeah, that's the idea. Now, what could be... Harriet, I just got a terrible thought.
What?
If your father ever really thought I was drowning, he'd let me.
Well, making a hero of Mr. Conklin in front of Mr. Stone seemed like an ideal way to get him his promotion, particularly if it occurred while he was demonstrating his new amplifying system. However, unknown to each other, Miss Brooks and Walter Denton happened to get the idea at the same time. So as Miss Brooks approached her principal's office that afternoon, she knew nothing of the mix-up. Oh, Miss Brooks, just a moment, please.
Why, Mr. Conklin, I was just about to stop in your office on my way home. Can you hear all right now?
I can hear all right, but my head feels like the inside of the Holland Tunnel at high noon. However, let's forget the boiler room caper, shall we? Now, listen, I have a favor to ask of you, a big favor. Mr. Stone is in my office at this very moment, and I'm about to demonstrate my amplifying system to him.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about getting that promotion anymore, sir. Accidents have a way of happening at the strangest times, making heroes of the strangest people. I have a feeling one may happen very soon.
Why, Miss Brooks, how did you find out about the accident I'd planned?
You planned an accident?
And you will play a key role in it.
What are you going to do, push me off the roof?
Oh, what a perfectly delightful... Miss Brooks, this accident again involves an open elevator shaft. If you look 10 feet in front of you, the shaft is open.
Oh, no, sir, not again. Don't ask me to do it again. My fingertips are all worn out.
We've got to act quickly. I've made arrangements with our home economics teacher, Miss Miller, to cling from that open elevator shaft in exactly 2 minutes. At that time or before, you will come into my office screaming for help, and I shall bound to the rescue.
Oh, before you go, sir, we'd better synchronize our accidents. You see,
And don't worry about Miss Miller. Even if she does let go, it's only a 4-foot drop, and I have several mattresses underneath to break her fall.
But, sir, believe me, it won't be necessary.
Do as I say, Miss Brooks. Give me a moment or two with Mr. Stone, and then go into your act.
But, Mr. Conklin,
There you are, Conklin. Say, this is quite an efficient-looking acoustical setup you've got here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Stone. Well, it's only natural for a principal whose only concern is his school to want to improve its operation. And as you know, sir, in all my years at this school, my one thought, my one aim has been how I can become assistant how I can better conditions here at Madison.
I'm well aware of that, Osgood. But now I'd like to hear this amplifying system in operation, so...
Miss Conklin, come quickly. Something terrible has happened. Miss Miller has fallen down the elevator shaft. She's clinging to the ledge this very minute.
What? Fallen down the elevator shaft? Good heavens. Why, Miss Brooks, it happened to you only yesterday.
Yes, sir. I must have ushered in the season.
Well, what are we standing around for? A human life is in peril. Clear, quick, decisive action is called for. And if there's one thing about Osgood Conklin, he is never one to lose his head in emergencies and turn his...
Osgood! Stop filibustering and save her.
Yes, at once. Yes.
This is terrible, Miss Brooks, simply terrible. I think we'd better contact someone to give Conklin a hand.
But how could we contact anyone in time for him to do any good, sir?
I could try using the amplifying system.
I withdraw the question.
Exactly. It's only a little after 3. Some teachers must still be in their classrooms. Mr. Boynton usually stays late to work in his lab, doesn't he? Maybe he can lend a hand.
Oh, no, sir. I've been trying to borrow one for years. Well, I'm certain he's gone home.
Well, nevertheless, there's no harm in trying the biology lab. Now, where is that button? Oh, yeah, here we are.
Help! Help, Mr. Conklin! Save me! Please save me! These poison gas fumes are choking me! Help me!
Something's happened to Boynton. What's going on down there?
Sounds like the deathbed scene from Camille.
Save me, Miss Conklin! A test tube exploded and I'm choking! Please save me, Mr. Conklin!
Mr. Conklin's out on call, Mr. Boynton. Will I do?
For quick action, Miss Brooks. The boiler room is the closest place to the biology lab. I'll contact the school custodian. Oh, yes, here's the button.
Help! Save me, Mr. Conklin! Oh, the water's over my neck! Save me! It's getting higher! I'm drowning! Save me, Mr. Conklin!
Good grief! That sounds like Walter Denton, and he's drowning?
When those water pipes go, they really go.
Oh, save me, Mr. Conklin! Save me!
Miss Brooks, just why is everyone all over the school calling for Osgood Conklin?
Maybe Philip Morris is busy. Sir, I'm sure that's what you heard.
What I heard is plenty. It's all beginning to add up, Miss Brooks.
Well, maybe if you subtracted those last 2 accidents.
Well, I saved Miss Miller. She almost pulled me down into the shaft with her, but I broke her death hold on my ankle and pulled her up by the hair. But it was actually nothing at all.
I agree with you.
Eh?
You feel quite the hero, don't you, Conklin? Then suppose you get your rescue squad and save this poor soul.
Oh, save me, Mr. Conklin! The poison gas! Gas all over! Save me! Where's Mr. Boynton? I rushed right down.
Hold it, Rover boy. We have another customer for you in the boiler room.
Probably going down for the 3rd time.
Save me, Mr. Conklin! I'm drowning! I'm going down for the 15th time!
Okay, so shoot me.
I don't understand. What are they all doing? Miss Brooks, why are they all yelling for me to save them?
I don't know, sir, unless they're mistaking you for St. Bernard.
Believe me, Mr. Stone, I had no hand in all this. I am an innocent man.
Do we have any more accidents waiting for us, Conklin?
That's all we had on the calendar for today, sir.
I'm innocent, Mr. Stone, believe me.
Here we have a button marked roof. What little game are we playing up there, Conklin?
Oh, nothing, sir. Absolutely nothing. That's for emergency air raid spotting.
Well, we'll try it anyway, shall we?
Save me, Osgood, for goodness sake. Save me.
Margaret Davis? But what's she doing on the roof? Miss Brooks?
Don't ask me, sir. I'm still trying to figure out Walter.
Save me, Osgood. I'm stuck on the television aerial. Save me, Osgood. My hero. Save me.
I think I've heard enough. Conklin, I don't know whether to bring charges against you or just continue to tolerate your occasional lapses into complete idiocy. But one thing is certain. Neither you nor Jason Brill will be recommended for that promotion.
Neither one of them?
No, Miss Brooks. And don't try to tell me now that you didn't stage that Perils of Pauline act yesterday, too.
Mr. Stone, that's not true. I had a real accident, and I earned every bruise of it.
Miss Brooks, at this point, I don't know whether to believe anyone has had any real accidents or not. So, good day to both of you.
Well, at least Brill won't get the job. What was that?
Oh, it's Mr. Stone, sir. He fell down that open elevator shaft.
Now, isn't that a shame? Shall we, Miss Brooks?
I knew if we kept on pitching, sir, we'd make it sometime today.
Martin Transcribed was produced and directed by Lou Derman with the music of Bud Gluskin.
The same speech, and it was broadcast a few minutes later, and no one ever knew the difference. Pat McGeehan. Pat, come on. Do the march of time, and then introduce Lionel Barrymore.
Time marches on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I take it upon myself this afternoon to introduce.
That was fine. Oh, Barrymore, go ahead.
You told me to do Barrymore.
Well, that's the trouble. Everybody does what they're told. See, I laugh myself at even getting lonesome. I'm no trouble.
We people of the British Empire wish to extend our congratulations to Red Skelton.
Make it sound like I won the war. That's right, fellows, shooting. Go shooting here. Don't do that. You make me nervous.
Junior!
Yes, you do.
Are you getting dressed?
Yes, you do.
Have you got your shoes tied?
Well, that messes that up.
What?
Are your shoes tied?
It's better.
No, they're leather like everybody else's.
I said tied.
Oh.
I didn't tie.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose, Miss Orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and it stars as Willie Lump Lump, MGM's clown, Red Skelton. I'm glad we're getting out to the baseball stadium early, Red.
Yeah.
We want to be sure and get good seats.
Yes, Bulgy boy. I hope there's a row left for you. See, when he goes to the baseball field, the bleachers have a two-way stretch.
Oh, come on.
Sorry I said that.
What do you mean, Red? I don't take up a whole row of seats.
No, but you sure confused that ticket seller when you asked for 3 seats in front of each other. See, that's for his stomach to lap over. Oh, boy, I've seen people with stomachs, but you're the first guy I've ever seen that had one that was terraced. He was born when meat was cheap, this boy. 4 storks dropped dead from exertion. It's not there. Don't look for it.
You shouldn't insult me, Red. After all, you're going to England this summer and appear at the London Palladium.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not so loud. The British don't know I'm coming. And what they don't know won't hurt me. That don't make any sense at all. I think I got a writer that's sending out a special code of some kind.
Well, as I was saying, you'll be in Europe and you won't see me for a month. Doesn't that make you sad?
Yeah! Breaks my heart.
Oh, well, here's the stadium parking lot. Pull in here.
Okay. Got a little road burn. I've got to get those rims retreaded.
Why?
The air is beginning to show through.
Well, here comes the parking lot attendant.
Oh, joy, a brand new car. Hurry up and get out so I can park it. I want to be the first to dent those fenders.
Well, we all have to go sooner or later. How much do you charge on this parking lot?
$1 if I park it, $1.50 if you park it.
Well, how come it's less if you park it?
Because there'll be less car when I'm finished. Now, you wait right here, and I'll park your car and bring you back the fender.
Yeah. You're really happy, ain't you? Oh, well, here's your $1.50. I'll park it myself.
Killjoy.
Go rinse out a few things. You know, I send some of my stuff to the laundry, but I like to do my silks myself. Oh, well, I hope I can park this without scratching it. Stand back, Rod.
Okay.
We don't make a car that big.
Come on, let's get over to the ballpark.
Oh, no, I'm not getting out of this car until I turn on the radio and hear Rafael Mendez, the world's greatest trumpet player as soloist, playing his own composition, A Samba for Trumpet, with David Rose and his orchestra.
Rafael?
Say, there's quite a crowd here at the game, Red.
Yeah, you know, I love baseball.
Really?
I used to be one of the fastest runners that ever played the game.
Tell me about
One
it.
time I'll have to tell you because it ain't fair, you know. One time I hit the ball, I ran to the first base, and the second baseman said something I didn't like, so I hit the third baseman right in the catcher's mouth. No, I used to throw a real slow ball. Mm-hmm. I used to throw a ball that was so slow that both teams could autograph it before it got to the plate. And my spitball, when I threw that, first 3 rows had to move back. I was known as a juicy player in those days. Hey, did you hear what happened over at San Quentin? They had a ball game the other night. Mm-hmm. The lights went out and they played 3 innings without a ball.
There's quite a crowd here at the game.
Yeah, there is quite a few people here at the ball game. You wouldn't think there were that many people without television set. I think I'll play with my back to them so they can really knife me. You know, television has sure changed baseball. The umpires, not only do they have to dust off the plate, but they have to touch up the player's makeup. Airwick. Did you hear about the pitchers? Did you hear about the pitcher that pitched 3 no-hit games? He struck out 27 batters, and he made 22 home runs, and the next day they fired him.
Why?
He wasn't photogenic. It's really a lot of nuff, man.
Scorecard! Get your scorecards here. You can't tell the player without a scorecard.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir?
Hello, the boy. These old scorecards at the fight that David and Goliath had. That's not what it says, but I'll have to do.
Hey, tell me, you want the unabridged version of scorecards?
What do you mean, the unabridged version of scorecard? See, I don't mind letting people know I'm ignorant.
I think we all get the idea.
Yeah. Rod says leave him alone. He's an old man. Oh, another crack like that, you really be selling the scorecards. Come on, Rod, let's go in.
Say, this really ought to be some baseball game. Yeah. Tarzana Termites are playing the Gardena Gophers for the state championship.
Oh, bully. Personally, I'd rather go have my ears pierced. Hey, say, there's a guy over there that looks awful familiar. Happy Chandler. Hey, before we go up to get our seats, how about a couple of hot dogs?
Okay, wait till I finish this ham sandwich and quart of ice cream, though.
Let's not get sickening about this. You know, you're going to ruin your appetite if you don't stop eating between bites. Come on, I'll buy the hot dogs.
No, let me.
No, I insist.
Okay, go ahead and buy them.
You give up awful quick, don't you? Say, miss.
Well, what can I do for you? Tall, rusty, and dimpled?
Oh, to be a boy again. Say, are these hot dogs really hot?
Steaming.
I know how they feel.
How do you want your hot dog?
Shut the door. On a leash.
Do you want them with or without mustard?
Who cares?
Oh, you look strange.
Oh? I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Is there something wrong?
Oh, no. Smoke always comes out of my ears at this time of the day.
Here's your hot dogs. Do you want to eat them here?
No, I'm going to take them home and press them in my diary.
Hey, Red, look who just came in the stadium, Willie Lump Lump. How you doing, Willie?
Let's not get nosy, boy. I tell you, this crowd's driving me nuts. Nuts, I tell you. NGT nuts. All my life, people have been stepping on me. They have no respect for a man who's on his hands and knees.
Why don't you stand up and walk like everybody else?
It was good enough for Father. It's good enough for me.
Hey, Willie, you going to see the game?
Huh?
Are you going to see the game?
I'm going to try. I haven't been able to see anything for the last 3 days.
Maybe you need glasses.
Oh, I had 8 last night. That's why I'm practically blind now.
Well, what are you doing here at the ballpark?
Oh, that is a good question. Yeah, very good. Let's see if they have a good answer here. I am on the baseball team. I'm a substitute. Substituting. I'm the bat boy and pinch hitter.
Well, I didn't know you were in the lineup.
Oh, yes. I was in the lineup last night. That's why I'm late getting here. I had a pretty rough night. Pretty rough night. Some enchanted Cinderella I was. At 12 o'clock, I turned into a pumpkin.
Yes?
And at 1 o'clock, I turned into a motel. Oh, I can just see those censors doing nip-ups. Hey, tell me, old man,
yes?
Have you ever been a pumpkin?
No.
Believe me, it's worth the while. Old pumpkins never die. They just turn into pies.
Well, Willie, I didn't know you could play baseball.
Oh, yes. That's how I hurt my arm here. I hurt my arm during the World Series.
Yes? What happened?
Fell out of a tree. Well, I gotta go get in my uniform. I'll see you later. Kill the umpire! Come on, team! Get in that fight, boys! Come on, get in that fight! Fight! Come on, boys, get in and fight!
Hey, Red, sit down. What are you, everybody's looking at?
Well, this is exciting. The score's 0-0. You know, how can you just sit there?
The game hasn't even started yet. You sure don't know anything about baseball. Didn't you ever play it when you were a kid?
No, baseball was too tame for me. I used to play rougher games like jacks and hopscotch.
Well, only girls play those games.
Well, I know, until my mother cut my curls off. I never had to carry my books home from school. I went out for the swimming team. That's when I found out.
Huh?
Here comes a guy selling peanuts. Why, it's Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Yep, here I am, boy. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do.
Well, them ain't the words.
Hey, Clem, how about some peanuts?
Oh, I'd love some.
What do you mean? You're selling them.
Oh, how stupid of me. This is just the beginning. How's your friend? Who's your friend? Well, that's better. Who's your friend? He's from Indiana.
Yeah.
May I have your autograph?
Oh, this fellow sitting next to me? This is Red Skelton.
Not the Red Skelton. Not the boy that's in the movies and on the radio.
That's him.
Not the boy that's going into television.
Yes.
He stinks. Please, no applause. He's convinced the sponsors. Let's not confuse them. How many bags of peanuts would you like, sir?
Well, 2. How much are they?
They're 10 cents a bag.
Mm-hmm.
See, 2, that would be 0 plus 0. Add another 0. That makes 0.
Mm-hmm.
After looking at you, 1 bag would be enough.
I want 2 bags.
Oh? 2-bagger, huh? Well, this is going to be difficult. Not only am I going to have trouble figuring this out, I don't even know what page we're on. You see, I'm not really Goonie, but the public demands it. You're in luck today. With every bag that you buy, we give you 1 bag free. That'll be 10 cents, please.
You can't even count. Didn't you ever go to school?
Sure, I went to school. I learned the 3 R's.
Reading, writing, arithmetic?
No, recess, relaxing, and just plain ignorant. Say, I was a teacher's pet.
You were?
A real pet. For 3 years, she kept me on a leash.
No kidding?
Of course, my ears look like a Corker Spaniel.
You know something, Clem?
No.
You're really a moron.
What's it?
I said you were a moron.
And I'm copyrighted, too. No other morons can make that statement,
Say, do you make much money selling peanuts at the ball games?
Well, you see, every bag I sell for a dime, I give the park the 10 cents, and then the rest is clear profit for me. The easiest money I ever earned.
Now, wait a minute. Let's see if I understood you right. You only get a dime for each bag of peanuts you sell, and you turn over the 10 cents to the ballpark.
Plus a penny for the privilege of doing business here.
But, Clem, you're paying them 11 cents for each dime's worth of peanuts you sell. You lose 11 cents on each bag.
Well, it's better than being out of work. Well, you hold on to them empty shells. I got to pick them up from my deposit. Peanuts, get your red hot goobers here.
Hey, Red, look at this announcement on the scorecard. It says that before the game, David Rose and his orchestra will entertain the fans with their arrangement of Would I Love You. read here it is the last of the ninth inning. This sure is a close game.
Yeah, the La Jolla Gophers are leading.
Tarzan.
No, it's Gardini is what it says here, but I thought I'd give La Jolla. They are leading 100 to 201 and a half. So they only allow a half a run for a midget.
Well, this is La Jolla's last chance to win. The bases are full and 2 out. Oh, look, they're sending in a pinch hitter. It's Willie Lump Lump.
Hey, get a hit, Willie. The bases are loaded. They ain't nothing on me. I'm about as loaded as you can get. Stand back, Empire. Umpire. Here goes nothing. All right, Willie, get up to the plate. I'm not hungry. I could use a short beer, though. My throat is parched. My stomach is sending up SOSs. All right, label. All right, come on, pitcher. Just toss one stomach with you. So help me, I'll knock this thing a mile away. I dare you to run right to play here. Come on,
Okay, wise guy, you ask for it.
Stay right one. I beg your pardon. What did you call that, imp? I call it a strike. When I call a strike, it's a strike, see? You must have a pretty strong union. Don't yell strike too loud. You'll have pickets all over the field. Okay, come on, Pickers. Throw another one right in here, boy. I'm going to murder this one. Watch it now. Here we go, boy. Strike 2. What do you mean, strike 2? Why, for 2 cents, I would... Just what? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I don't think you know a strike when you see one. You umpires are all alike. And don't get too close to me with that seeing-eye dog. I figured I was going to have trouble with you because you just don't look right to me. Just don't look right. I have seen a lot of umpires in my day, but you just don't look right. I can hardly see you. Am I getting through to you? Now, stand back. What are you doing with that bird cage over your face? What do you think you are, a canary?
Look, Willie, I'm warning you. Get back in the batter's box.
Okay, this is the one that counts. All right, put her right in here. I dare you.
Hey, Red, look at that ball go. Willie sure tied into it. It hit the fence. Willie's pulling into second base on his hands and knees. 3 runs scored, and the Tarzana Termites win.
Well, bully for them.
Hey, I'm going down and congratulate Willie. Hey, Willie, you're a big hero. How do you feel?
My throat is perched. I could sure stand a soggy pretzel about now.
Gee, you really surprised me, Willie. I didn't think you could hit a ball that far. How did you do it?
Well, I just happened to look out on the sign on the fence there, and it says, hit this sign and get a free case of beer. Well, from there on, it's elementary, my dear Watson. I knew there was something I would like about baseball, but I didn't know what it was.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye for now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why...
You get the cleanest washing towel with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program to the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is the copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood.
and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. The Abbott and Costello program, with a modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, our singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chubby, chunky little cherub who, when caught trying to rent his kid brother to a freak show because he heard his mother say he had grown another foot, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Well, Costello, late again. Here I get you a nice job in Melonhead's department store, and on the very first day you come in late for work. Well, what's your excuse this time?
Well, Abbott, I've been out on Hollywood Boulevard, and I was watching the Santa Claus parade.
Yeah?
And what a parade!
I know that.
First came the big bunch of movie stars, and then came Santa Claus, and after Santa Claus came the beautiful Lady Godiva on a big white horse.
Well, what came after Lady Godiva?
The cops.
Oh. Stop talking like a child. Horses in a Christmas parade.
Oh, they had all kinds of animals in the parade, Abbott. You should have seen that great big giraffe.
Giraffe?
Yeah, you know what, Abbott?
What?
I wish I was the body of a giraffe and Lana Turner was the head.
You wish you were the body of a giraffe and Lana Turner was the head? Why?
I always wanted the long neck with Lana Turner.
Costello, get busy and dust off those counters. Come on.
No, you dust off the counters.
Get over there and dust them off.
Abbott, I gotta hang up this sign. Oh, boy, isn't that a beautiful sign?
What does it say?
Look at it. Original gowns by Costello. Nifty creations, scribs and capes for slender young figures and droopy old shapes. See Pierre Costello, the great French designer.
Wait a minute. How can you call yourself a French designer? Designer. Have you ever been to Paris?
Oui. I'm a well-known parasite.
And did you study the latest styles?
Oui.
Did you look over the French models?
Wow!
I see. In other words, you like mannequins.
No, I like girlikins.
You like girlikins?
Yes, babykins.
I'll talk there. Answer that.
Okay. Hello? Melonhead's department store.
Pardon me, but do you have a large aluminum pot?
Yes, I have.
My heavens, how do you get your pants on?
Hey, that's a big belly laugh. I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, have you got a large aluminum pot?
No, but I've got a 6-cup percolator.
Now, what am I going to do with the pants?
I'm sick of talking to you. If you want me, I'll be in ladies' lingerie.
You'll be where?
I'll be in ladies' lingerie.
Well, that's a nice picture. You're going to wear scanties for panties?
No. Tell me, I'm going over there to pick out a blouse for my wife. A peekaboo.
A what?
Peekaboo.
Okay. Peekaboo! I see you. I didn't know you liked to play kitty games.
Look, will you shut up? I'm going to get my wife a blouse and a nice pair of mules.
A pair of mules?
Yes. I wonder what my wife would say to a pair of mules.
Well, she'd probably say like everybody else. Whoa, and giddy up.
I'm talking about a pair of bedroom mules.
Bedroom mules?
Yes, my wife has all kinds of mules in her bedroom. Red mules, green mules. Why, she even has a pair of chicken mules.
Hey, Abbott, do you see all those different colored mules with your own eyes?
Well, certainly I see them every night. In fact, I saw them this morning.
Let me smell your breath.
Look, you dummy, doesn't your mother have mules in her bedroom?
No, my father's very particular.
Look, when your mother gets up in the morning, what does she put on her feet?
Corn plaster.
No. She must have some kind of mules. There are 2 kinds of mules, silk and felt.
Felt?
Yes. Hasn't your mother felt mules?
No, sir. She never touches any kind of animals.
Look, forget about the animals. Every woman likes mules. Now, my wife uses a pair of mules to go around the house.
What's the matter? Is she too lazy to walk?
When she gets up in the morning, she always slips on her mule.
Why don't she keep them out in the backyard?
Why, my wife needs her mules to keep her feet warm.
You mean you all sleep in the same bed?
Sleep in the same bed. My wife keeps her mules under the bed.
For goodness sakes, don't the Board of Health say nothing?
Look, I've settled it. I'm going right up to Mr. Melonhead's office and tell him that you're not fit to work in a department store.
Please don't do it, Abbott.
Why not?
Don't make me lose my job.
Well, I should.
I'm trying to make some Christmas money to buy my dear old mother a present.
What do you mean?
I wanted to get her a little pet squirrel.
You want to buy a little squirrel for your mother?
Yes, Abbott. I figured he could help her with the housework and do the dusting.
Oh, wait a minute.
A little bit of squirrel.
Wait a minute. How could a squirrel help your mother with the dusting?
We just tie up his tail and let him run between the Venetian blinds.
Costello, stop that pounding.
Hey, I'm hanging up this poem I wrote over the mothballs.
What does it say?
Here. There once was a man named Fraser. The moths got into his blazer. They chewed up his coat, and they chewed up his pants, and they swallowed his shorts for a chaser.
That's good. That's all right. Hey, wait a minute. A young woman just walked in. See what she wants.
Hello, boys.
Oh, Abbott. It's the movie actress, Bessie May Mucho. Can I wait on you, Miss Mucho?
Yes. I came in here to do a little Christmas shopping.
Shopping?
Yes. I would like to purchase a diamond-studded platinum compact.
Compact?
Oh, sure, Abbott. You know what a compact is. That's what the girls carried their lip brows and face powder in.
I would like to have the compact wrapped as a gift. You'll wrap it carefully, won't you?
Oh, I'll wrap it very carefully. I'll tie some twine around it. I'll put it in some colored wrapping paper.
Oh, that will be splendid. And send the package to my winter home in Sun Valley.
Hey, Abbott, you get that? We're going to send the package to her winter home in Sun Valley. Sun Valley?
Yes, I go boat sledding all winter.
Boat sledding?
Yes, don't you just love to go boat sledding?
No, I'd rather go tobogganing in the snow.
Well, I must be going now. And bonsoir to you.
And a crepe Suzette to you.
Costello, here comes your girlfriend. Lean against her.
Ah, there you are, you beer barrel polecat. I came down the aisle and saw you talking to that dame.
I can't help it, Lena. I guess it's the Van Johnson in me.
Bow your head when you say those two sacred words.
Now, wait a minute, Lena. What has Van Johnson got that I haven't got? What else?
Listen, fat stuff. I know the way you fool around with girls. I can read your mind like a book.
Ouch! This guy just slapped my face.
I just read page 6.
Abbott, call a doctor.
What for?
Where did she get to page 10?
Listen, Costello, I came down here to find out what you're getting me for Christmas.
Oh, I got you a beautiful bottle of perfume. It's called 5 Nights in a Drainage Canal.
5 nights in a drainage canal.
Yeah, it's Fleur du Sour.
I've changed my mind.
You can hardly lift the cover off it.
Well, I've changed my mind, Costello. I don't want any presents from you. You're nothing but a two-timing, fat little flirt.
Please, Lena, don't feel that way. If you just make up with me, I'll promise I'll never look at another girl if I live for 1,000 years.
Hello, Louie, dear. See you tonight.
My, how time flies.
Well, I've had enough of you, Costello. Goodbye.
Here. What's going on here? What's the idea, Costello, of chasing that customer out of my store?
Mr. Mullen.
I've had enough of you, Costello. Turn in your pencil and your Dixie cup.
Look, Mr. Melonhead, why don't you give the boy another chance? Come on, give him a break. He's all right.
All right, Abbott, I will. Costello, I'm going to show you how to be a salesman. Now, there's a counter over there with 100 umbrellas on it. They sell for $5 apiece.
Okay. Now, Melonhead, nobody wants to pay $5 for umbrella.
That's where salesmanship comes in. You've got to make them buy it. Now, I'll pretend that I'm a customer, and when I come up, you sell me one of those umbrellas. Now, here I come.
Okay.
Good morning, clerk. I'd like to buy an umbrella.
I can let you have one for $5.
$5? That's too much money.
You mean you don't want it?
No.
See, I tell you nobody wants to pay $5 for umbrella.
No, you idiot, you moron. You've got to sell me on the umbrella. Why don't you pay attention to me, Costello? Stop eating those powder puffs.
Powder puffs? I thought they were marshmallows.
Pay attention to me. I'm trying to teach you salesmanship for my store. And here I come again. Good morning, clerk. I'd like to buy an umbrella.
Oh, back again, eh?
What do you mean, back again? I've never been in here before.
I swear you were just in here. I never forget a face, especially a long face like yours.
Never mind about the length of my face. What an idiot you are. Get out from behind that counter. I'll be the clerk and you be the customer. Now,
okay.
You come up and ask for an umbrella, and I'll show you how to sell umbrellas.
Okay, here I come. Good morning, clerk.
Good morning. Would you like to buy an umbrella?
No, thanks.
No, thanks? Then in heaven's name, what did you come in here for?
It's raining outside.
Listen to me, you dummy. You want an umbrella. Umbrella.
Shame on you. We never call them umbrellas here in California.
What do you call them?
Fog sticks.
Oh. You're nothing, Costello. You're nothing but a confounded idiot. Now you go out the front door, come in here again, and believe me, I'm going to make you buy an umbrella for $5.
You are?
Yes. I'm going to make you buy it. I'll show you what salesmanship really means. Now, get out that door and come in again. All right, Costello, come in. Costello.
Costello, come in! Will you please come in?
Melonhead's department store.
This is Costello.
For heaven's sakes, where are you?
I'm across the street at the drugstore.
What are you doing over there?
You're not going to stick me with no $5 umbrella. I can buy one over here for 39 cents.
Costello, what are you doing up here in the toy department? Why aren't you working?
Oh, Abbott, I love toys. Just look at this cute little electric train.
Yes. That was an electric train. What were you doing with that train?
I thought I saw an empty seat.
You idiot. Acting like a little kid. I ought to buy you a doll and some games.
Just get me a doll. I'll think up the games.
You'd better not let Mr. Melonhead catch you fooling around up here.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see him walking here right now. I'd tell him where to get off.
Oh, so you're going to tell me where to get off, eh, Costello?
Yes, Melonhead. Where do you live?
6500 Hollywood Boulevard.
Why did you get off at Vine Street?
Come here, you apprentice moron. Do you realize you haven't sold a thing all day? I'm going to give you one last chance, Costello. Here comes one of my store's best customers. Now see if you can wait on her.
Okay.
Come on, Costello. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Niles?
Hello, Mr. Abbott. My, I see you have a new washing machine on display. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. The tub fooled me.
Mrs. Niles, I don't want to have any discussions with you. Not during the happy Yuletide season. Every time I talk to you, I have an awful time holding my temper in.
Well, that's silly, Costello, holding your temper in and letting the rest of you spread all over the place.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said that, Mrs. Niles. I was just about to say you're beautiful as a summer sky. Your eyes are like a twinkling stars. Your hair is like clouds. It's by moonbeams. Your slender white neck is like the Milky Way. And your mouth.
Yes, my mouth.
Your mouth hangs open like the Big Dipper.
Oh, Costello, I refuse to talk to you. Miss Rabbit, I'd like to get something for my husband, Kenneth, that'll make him very happy.
Where are you going to get a new face?
All right, Costello, that's enough. Tell me, Mrs. Niles, could we interest you for some friend in the service?
Why, yes. Now, what could you suggest for a soldier about 35?
A blonde, about 21.
I am not talking to you, Costello. Miss Rabbit, there's another present I have to get. Oh, it's for an old flame of mine I used to run around with when I was a young girl.
Well,
if you ran around with him when you were a young girl, you better get him a bowl.
A bowl?
Yeah, something to soak his bread in.
Mr. Abbott, I'll never forget dear Ralph. You know, he and two other boys, Roger and Grant, proposed to me one night, but I turned them all down. Oh, you know, it made them so unhappy that the very next day, Roger took strychnine, Ralph took arsenic,
and Grant took Richmond.
I've taken just about enough from you, Costello. I'm leaving the store and I'm never coming back. Goodbye.
So, Costello, you insult my best customer. That does it. Get your hat and coat and get out. Go on, here's your week's salary.
Just a minute. This doesn't look like a full week's salary. Where do I count it?
Go on.
10, 20, 30, 41, 42, 43. It's all here. 43 cents. No Christmas bonus?
All right, here's a bonus.
44 cents I got now.
Right. All right, now get out.
Well, I warned you, Costello. Now you're fired. What are you going to do?
I'm not going to lose my temper. Not around Christmas time anyway. I'm going to return good for evil. I'm going to spend all my salary right here in this very store.
No, I don't know how you do it, Costello. Mrs. Niles is mad at you, your girlfriend is mad at you, and now Melonhead is mad at you.
But there's one person in this world that loves me. That's my Uncle Artie Stebbins' wife, my Aunt Annie. Come on, Abbott. I'm going to buy her something at the cosmetic counter.
Pardon me, gentlemen. Is there anything I can do for you? We carry a full line of cosmetics. Rouge, lipstick, face cream, and cleansing tissue.
Cleansing what?
Tissue.
Well, it seems kind of silly, but if you want to kiss me, go ahead. You kiss me and I'll kiss you.
All right, Costello. Please, let me handle this. Look, madam, my friend here is a little confused. he doesn't know what to get his Aunt Annie for Christmas.
Well, maybe I can help. What kind of a complexion does she have? Is she fair, dark, or medium?
Oh, she has a peach complexion.
A peach complexion?
Yeah, yellow and fuzzy.
Well, from the description of this lady, I imagine she could use one of our facial kits.
One of your what?
The lady wants to sell you a kit.
What do I want to buy a kit for? I'm going to get married and have kits of my own.
Well, you don't understand. This is a beauty kit with full instructions. All this lady has to do is apply some of this lotion. Then she covers her face with the white of an egg, some sour cream, and a cake of tea.
She did that once.
Well, what happened?
The next morning, she broke out in biscuits.
Oh! Now, you silly boy, you tickle me.
Now, you tickle me first. Stop that.
Costello, if you don't buy something pretty soon, I'm going to walk out on you.
Well, just a minute, boys. How about something for the lady's hair? Does she have a snood?
Certainly she's got a snoot.
Well, is it a short snood that hangs down her back?
No, it's a long snoot that hangs down over her chin.
Costello, the lady is talking about your aunt's hairdo.
Yes. What's your aunt's hairdo?
What does her hair do? Comes out when she combs it.
No, Costello, we're trying to find out how she does her hair. Does she pile it on the top of her head, or does she drop it down her neck?
She hangs it up in a closet.
No. Look, Costello, does she wear her hair off her face?
No, it takes too long to wear it off. She has to pull it out with tweezers.
Look, miss, please. Costello's aunt is short and fat, just like him.
Oh, I've got just the present for her. Our special weight-reducing machine called the Melt Your Belt Away Fat Cabinet. There it is, standing right over there.
Lady, those things are a big fake.
Now, Costello, how can you call a thing a fake without trying it? How much does your aunt weigh?
240 pounds with a girdle on.
Well, how much does she weigh with it off?
I don't know. She could never get it off.
Well, now, this machine is absolutely guaranteed to take the weight off, no matter how fat you are. If you're skeptical, young man, why don't you get into the machine and try it yourself?
Now, that's fair enough. Go ahead, get into the machine, and we'll find out if it works.
Wait a minute, Abbott. No.
Go on, get in there, get in there. Go on, get in there.
Now, that's a good boy. Now, we'll turn on the machine, and you'll see how it melts the fat away in no time. Costello, where are you?
I'm right.
Speak to me. Where are you?
I'm right here, Abbott.
But all I can see is a little puddle of water.
Well, don't step in it. It's me.
Will Osborne and his orchestra. From Will's new picture, Swing Parade of 1946, just a little fond affection. Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had many complaints that the program is too short. So, we'd like to ask you a question. Ladies and gentlemen, what would you say if starting next week you could hear a full hour of Abbott and Costello?
Oh, no, that's not anything but that. Oh, how much can a guy stand?
Wait a minute, you. Hey, you think you're pretty smart interrupting us every week. Huh?
Yeah, I've been around. I'd like to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
There's a mule on one side of the river. On the other side is a bale of hay. The river's 40 feet deep. How does the mule get the hay?
I give up.
That's what the other jackass did.
Good night, folks. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. And don't forget, buy all the victory bonds you possibly can at your local theater. More you possibly can. Buy more and more.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy the best of Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is book, B-O-O-K.
Who cares?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in The Best of Groucho, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. That's French. And if any of them say the secret word, they'd win an extra $100. That's English.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
If you don't keep 5 feet neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
feet,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
I'm Bill Holden, folks, and what I have to say is aimed at me as much as you. We live in a beautiful area, and it's up to us to keep it that way. Keep it clean. Let's face it, if we're not litter bugs, there won't be any litter. So let's work together to make our roads, parks, beaches, and streets the cleanest in the world. It's up to you and me.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
if you don't keep 5 feet neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
feet,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Nancy Anderson and Scott Edwards. So, folks, you men please and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you'll divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. You little rascal, you. Nancy, I'll start with you because you are a little rascal, aren't you? Where are you from, Nancy?
Well, I was born in Edgewood, Maryland, but I just lived there for a few weeks, and then I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, and since then I've lived in Alabama and Georgia. North Carolina.
Nancy, I notice you have a decided northern accent. How long have you been in Southern California?
Well, I've been here for 3 years, but I've lost most of my accent.
How does the city of the Angels compare with your city of the Dodgers, compare with your home down south? Which do you prefer?
Want me to tell you the truth?
I certainly do.
Well,
we don't have
I
anybody.
much prefer the South. I don't like the traffic and the smog, and I don't like the general attitude as well either. I think about the first day I was here, I went into a grocery store, and on the wall they've got signs, pickpockets will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and absolutely no checks cashed, and forging checks is a felony, and you will be arrested. And this store is protected by the Eagle Eye Detective Agency, and where I come from, they have signs that say, through these doors pass the finest people in the world, our customers.
Well, you must remember that we have a lot of crooks in Los Angeles.
That's what I mean.
And you're Scott Edwards?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from?
I'm from Springfield, Mass, originally.
Oh, Springfield, Mass. Somebody out there from the Klondike. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
How old are you?
33.
And you're not married yet?
No.
Well, how is it a handsome, bright young fellow like you isn't married yet?
Well, I guess the right girl never came along, Groucho.
Oh. Well, perhaps you're doing something wrong. Just what do you do when you have a date with a pretty girl?
Well...
I mean, why don't you lie down and tell old Dr. Hackenbush all about it? It's only $30 an hour.
Well, actually, I have an apartment down at the beach at Malibu, and when the moon is on the water and the surf is nice, and we have a little pleasant music in the background and a little martini, it can be quite effective.
Well, it sounds very romantic. How do you fix your martinis?
Well, I mix 5 to 1.
You put in 5 parts gin to 1 part vermouth?
That's right.
Well, what do you need the moonlight and the music for? Now, what kind of work do you do, Scott?
Groucho, I'm in the technical sales department of Atomics International Division of North American Aviation.
Well, any job that has a title that long is usually short on pay. Actually, what do you do? Do you sell atomic bombs from house to house?
Now, we build atomic reactors for research and for power.
I always like to help a struggling and worthwhile young salesman. How much do they cost?
Well, a complete installation will go from $100,000 up to several million.
No, I don't mean never mind the total cost. I mean, how much would it be a month?
Well, I don't know.
If I can get it by the month, I'll take one. That is, if you give me trading stamps. Well, it's been a very pleasant experience talking to the North and the South simultaneously. And now let's get down to business and see how much money you can win. Now, you have selected from our list of 371 categories the foreign words and phrases. All of the following are foreign words or phrases used in everyday speech. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. What is the French phrase that means out of action? Well, it's hors de combat. You should know that.
We have one wrong now. If you get the next one wrong, the game is over for you.
What does the French words mal de mer mean?
Seasickness.
Yes, I'm rather you said it rather than displayed it then.
You have one right.
What is the Latin phrase that means my other self or bosom friend?
Alter ego.
That's right, alter ego.
2 right.
Now, what is the German phrase that means till we meet again?
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen is absolutely right.
You don't have 3 right, get the next one right, and you'll have $1,000.
What is the what is the French phrase that means seek the woman?
Cherchez la femme.
Cherchez la femme is right.
And you've got 4 in a row, so you win $1,000.
Now, you've won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So why don't you go over there and sit down and think about it, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
So long.
Have a nice trip.
Don't forget to phone.
Getting away at last. It's a great feeling, isn't it? Looking forward to a carefree weekend or vacation. And an easy, sensible way to make sure that all goes well all along the way is to plan ahead by long distance.
Now, let's see. You did phone about the cabin
Right.
and called about a reservation at Halfway House?
Yes, dear.
What about the Johnsons?
Called them, too. They're expecting us.
Oh, good. Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Yes, it makes good sense to plan ahead by long distance. Calling for reservations to friends you hope to visit does a lot toward making your holiday carefree. And phoning back home while you're away lets you share the fun. Right now is a good time to call, while long-distance rates are lowest. Remember, whenever, wherever you go this summer, go first by long distance.
Groucho, we have a couple of sisters ready to meet you now. One of them doesn't speak English. However, the other one is going to act as her interpreter. So here they are, Mrs. Ida Tondino and Mrs. Isabella Caracciolo. Would you
Welcome
please?
to you. That's enough of
All
that.
right,
Welcome to your
sorry.
bachelor life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Well, there you are. Huh? Ida Tondino, Isabella Cacciolo, huh? Is that right?
Caracciolo.
Groucho?
Caracciolo.
Groucho. That's where I keep my car in the Groucho.
Conosciuto in tutto il mondo.
Now, you say you girls are from Germany?
Italiani.
Oh. This is Ida over here, huh?
Me.
Oh.
Ida.
You're the one that doesn't speak English, huh?
I speak English.
You speak English?
Yes.
Now, ask Isabella, how old is she?
Quanti anni tieni? Beh, questa non dovrebbe dirmela questa domanda, perché non è domanda da fare a una donna.
She must be 100, huh?
Non è mai l'età di una donna.
How old does she say she is?
47.
She's at 47, huh?
Yeah.
How much did she lose in the translation? You're married, huh?
Yeah.
How long have you been married?
35 years.
That's a very romantic
It's
to be
romantic,
married.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
35 years. He must be a fine fellow, huh?
Yeah.
What was there about him that made you fall in love with him? Do you remember?
Nothing.
Well, at least you didn't hate him when you met him, did you? Now, Ida, you must have a lot on the ball to be able to hang on to your husband for 35 years.
Yeah.
Are you a good cook?
Cook, look at me. I'm a cook spaghetti, lasagna, ravioli, pizza, chicken cacciatore, everything you want, I cook for you.
Can you make a Grazio?
Grazio, no, it's just a name.
Now, while you're cooking, what does your husband do?
My husband was in the garage. I have a permit to
He's
make
in
wine.
the Grazio, you mean?
Garage.
He's in the garage?
Garage. You have a permit to make wine. I call the people, they have nice time for their friends and drink the wine.
He's in the garage making wine?
Yeah.
Doesn't he know prohibition is over? Why don't next time you see him, if you ever do, you know, if he ever comes out of there, tell him he can get it legally now. Isabella, what does your husband do for a living?
Dice, tu che marito che faccio per vivere? Il farto? Teller.
He's a what?
Teller.
No, you tell her. I don't care. What do you mean?
He's teller. He makes a suit for men.
He's a teller and he makes the... He's a tailor, huh?
Teller, yeah.
He's a tailor and he works in a bank?
No.
What does he do? Does he make suits with checks in them?
For you, for somebody else.
He makes the suits?
Suit.
Oh.
He's cutter.
He's a cutter?
Yeah.
No. Ida, I'm curious about you.
Yeah.
How did you two find your way to the show here tonight?
Oh.
Did you have somebody else with you?
Oh, my brother. I think it's near over here someplace.
Your brother?
My brother, Raymond.
Could we get Ida's brother to stand up?
Raymond?
Raymond, come up here. Hey, Raymond. How do you do? You know your sisters?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Now, what is your last name? Raymond what?
Cavallari. Raymond Cavallari.
Cavallari, huh?
Ha capito adesso?
Oh. Raymond, is there anything I should know about Ida and Isabel that they haven't revealed yet, or do you think we've covered all the bases?
You covered about everything except for my singing sister here says a little serenade for you. They want to serenade you or something.
Oh.
She brought along a guitar, and I think
you play
they would
Italian,
like to...
Spanish? Where is the guitar? Ida, get your guitar and let's hear you sing. Sing anything you want, providing it isn't in English. Ida, you
What do
sing?
you want to sing? Solomia?
You sing anything you want.
Anything you want. Solomia. Che bella cosa la giornata sole, l'aria serena dopo una tempesta. Quell'aria fresca sembra già una festa. che bella cosa na giornata e sole.
Isabel, Raymond was charming.
Thank you.
And if you're smart, you'll do something with a guitar. Smash it into 1,000 pieces. Oh, it's real good. I like it. How do you like my singing?
Good.
It's good, huh? Well, let's hope you can win some money in the quiz. I doubt it, but let's see. Raymond, this is an unusual thing. We rarely do this, but we're going to let you help them because they've only been in this country 35 years. 37 years, pardon me. Now, you selected mythology. Oh, George, you help him, too, eh? You get
Yeah. Oh, boy. We could take another subject.
No, they like that.
Oh.
All right, you ready? What handsome youth fell in love with his own reflection in the water?
Quale bel giovane si è innamorato della sua riflessione nell'acqua?
Narciso.
Narcissus, that's right, yeah. How do you say it?
Narciso.
Narciso, yes, that's pretty good. I thought that was an Italian cheese.
You have one right now.
One right.
All right. Who carved a marble statue of a maiden and then fell in love with her?
Chi ha scolpito un'immagine di una ragazza e poi è caduto in amore?
Pigmalione.
Hey, these kids are no...
You now have two rights.
They don't need any help. He does. Who in mythology held up the heavens on his shoulders?
Chi nella mitologia ha mantenuto il cielo sulle spalle?
Atlante. Atlante.
Atlas, that's right.
You now have three rights.
Who attached his wings with wax, flew too near the sun, and dropped into the sea?
Chi è stata che ha messo le ali
Di
cera
sì.
e...
Vedalo, al figlio Icaro.
Yes, that's right. Icarus. Oh, I thought these were such meals. You know, I think this whole accent and dialect was a big fake, the whole thing. They were probably born in Boston, around Harvard College. Now, you've won $1,000. Now, you can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over and sit down and think about it. No matter what you decide to do, we were delighted having you on the show. You were a wonderful trio.
We'll find out if any of our contestants will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
A man with a crystal ball. That's what fellow newsmen and laymen alike have called NBC's Alex Dreyer. During the dark days of World War II, Alex Dreyer called the turn of events on the fall of France, on the Nazi march into Russia, the Allied invasion of North Africa. He predicted to within 4 days the date of Germany's surrender. On the American political scene, his record has been equally impressive. How does he do it? Well, Alex Dreyer is a man on the go, searching out the source of news, getting the stories direct from the people who shape the course of events. Alex Dreyer, cited for distinguished service to American journalism, is typical of the top NBC newsmen who broadcast News on the Hour. This is Chet Huntley inviting you to be with us as the news breaks on News on the Hour, all day, every day, over most of these same NBC stations.
Here's a story on the big question. Mrs. Tondino and Mrs. Caracciolo have decided to keep their $1,000. They're not going to try for the big money. But Nancy Anderson and Scott Edwards have a different decision, and here they are to tell you all about it.
Now, you won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now, what are you going to do?
I'm going to try.
Now, get together and pick a number from 1 to 10, and then after you pick the number, spin the wheel.
Pick a number.
And remember, if any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth $2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth 10. What number have you chosen?
We're going to try 3.
Well, give it a turn. Now, you said 3 and it came 10, so this question is worth $2,000. You ready? I doubt if there's anyone alive who hasn't heard of Grace Kelly's marriage to Prince Rainier. For $2,000, can you tell me Grace's new last name? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Anything better? I don't know whether I can pronounce it, not but Monaco or whatever the name of the kingdom is. Yeah?
No, I'm sorry. It's Grimaldi.
Oh.
Grimaldi. So I'm sorry you missed it, but you wound up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations. And that'll buy you a lot of martinis.
The Best of Groucho is transcribed in Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see The Best of Groucho on NBC TV every Thursday night. The Best of Groucho is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane and Ben Grauer broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, the program designed to help you design a more beautiful home. Tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Ready to smile again with radio's home folks, Vic and Sade, written by Paul Wright.
Well, sir, it's late in the afternoon as we approach the small house, halfway up in the next block now, and here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Gook all by herself. Mrs. Gook is established in her husband's easy chair, her sewing basket in her lap. We're untutored in such matters, but we're inclined to believe she's embroidering initials on napkins. However, we're probably mistaken because... wait a minute. Here's a voice. Listen.
Mom. Hey, don't you be coming in that front door with your muddy feet.
I'm not.
Go around to the back.
I ain't coming in at all. What you doing?
Sewing.
Why don't you come outside? Rain's over. Sun's shining now.
Well, don't stand there holding the door open.
Nice out.
Is that?
Sure is. Run out on the porch.
Well, I'm busy.
It's real swell out. Bring your sewing and come sit in the swing.
Any mail in the box?
No. You coming?
Well, I might as well take a look at this sunshine you're talking about.
No fooling, it's warm as toast.
What time is it?
Not quite 3 o'clock.
Well, wait till I get my sweater.
Oh, you won't need your sweater, Mom.
Certainly will.
No.
Well, I'm going to put it on just the same.
This is August, Mom.
Mm-hmm. August, when it pays a person to watch their step. Air is cram-packed full of sickness.
That's what you say about every month in the year. Take it in spring, summer, fall, or winter. You always tell how the air is cram-packed full of
Well, let's go for going.
Let's take advantage of the porch swing while we can.
Why?
Because the porch swing season is short, and won't be long before we'll be taking it down and putting it in the
Close
basement.
the door.
It'll stay there till next year.
Hey, it is warm.
What'd I tell you?
Wasn't anywhere near like this noon.
The thermometer's been climbing steadily up the ladder all day.
Well, last night's paper stated rising temperatures, but I never expected this much of a change.
Me neither. Have a seat.
This is getting to be an awful junky-looking porch swing.
Next year we can slap on a coat of paint.
Yeah, we'll probably buy a new one. Half the slats on it are loose.
You and me and Gov are the types of individuals that give a porch swing rough treatment.
You mean you're the type of individuals that gives a porch swing rough treatment? Me and Gov don't invite our friends over to hang by their heels on us.
I suppose you refer to Smelly Clark.
I refer to the whole bunch of you.
I guess I have to admit I belong to a pretty red-blooded, active set of fellas. My arteries pump away with energy.
Mr. Kreider.
Uh-huh.
Got his little quarter's worth of steak from Croucher's Meat Market.
How you know?
He gets a little quarter's worth of steak every evening. Cooks it himself and eats it himself.
Pay him to buy it in the bulk. Makes me think of a scheme that's figured out by Rooster Davis.
Hmm?
He's going to go in the restaurant business, see?
Hmm.
Specializing in bacon sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
Selling nothing but bacon sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
On the corner of Jefferson and Main Street.
Oh, go ahead and tell what you're going to tell. Don't just say one sentence at a time and then wait till I answer. Miss Elder's got that habit. Gives a person the willies.
Eugene Partlow's got the worst habit I know of. He'll strike up a conversation with you and tell a story or something, and then won't give you a chance to tell a story.
Miss Apparat will do that, too.
The other day I saw Eugene in Tapman's vacant lot.
That was Mr. Clark.
Uh-huh.
Got his little umbrella up.
Wonder why. The rain stopped.
Well, he carries it to keep off the sun. He had sunstroke one time and has been scared of it ever since.
Yeah?
He always wears tennis shoes on account of that, too.
Because he got sunstroke?
Mm-hmm. When he was a young man working on a farm, he keeled over from the heat. Affected his ankle some way. Had to wear tennis shoes ever since to be comfortable.
Funny place to get sunstroke, an ankle.
Yeah, but that's the way it is.
Pretty nice sitting here in the porch swing, huh?
Lovely day, all right.
Ain't you glad I called you out?
Never was so happy in my life.
Thought you'd pass a sarcastic remark, huh?
Yeah.
That's okay. I like to see a streak of fun in an individual's makeup. The way I look at it, an American citizen
Miss
ought to
Simmons?
always... Huh?
Miss Simmons turning off on Kelsey.
Uh-huh.
She's got her little girl.
Oh, I was telling you about Eugene Partlow and how he won't give you a chance in the conversation. The other day I got talking with him up in Tapman's vacant lot, and he whipped out a story concerning a big fish as caught by his Uncle Vernil. When he got through and I said, that's fine, I started to tell about a big fish. But do you think he'd let me? No, sir. He plowed right ahead with a story about another big fish that's caught by his Uncle Hook.
Oh, that's Miss Apparat to a T. And if a person does get a word in edgeways, she don't listen.
Uh-huh.
You can tell by the expression on her face. She's just waiting for you to get through so she can go ahead again.
Uh-huh.
I don't really need this sweater at that.
Should I help you slip it off?
No, I'm going to leave it on. People shouldn't take chances in August. The air seems balmy, but you can't ever tell. Take our next-door neighbor there in Dixon, Mr. Slither. He went out one morning to get the newspaper in his undershirt. Come back in the house, give a sneeze, went to bed, and stayed there for 6 weeks. Wasn't the least bit funny. They were poor people, and he did piecework in a foundry, and I remember that sick spell ate up everything they had in the bank. My mother used to take hot dishes over a lot.
No, that sure was quick work. Just give one sneeze on and then went to bed.
Yeah.
You sure somebody didn't shoot him in the head with a revolver?
Things like that ain't to be joked about, son. There goes Mr. Ruggers.
Got his little rake to rake the leaves with.
When are you going to get at our leaves?
Oh, Saturday, maybe.
Yes, and on Saturday you'll come around with monstrous big plans about 9 innings of baseball over in Tapman's vacant lot, and the leaves will stay right where they are.
I think maybe I can arrange my schedule so I'll have a few minutes to devote to raking.
Take a lot more than a few minutes.
Well, we'll see.
I'll say we will.
Years back, in my younger days, I used to get quite a kick out of autumn leaves. I used to enjoy running through them.
So Aunt Bess and I used to do that. One day we were running through piles of leaves, and Aunt Bess tripped over a pig that was asleep in one of them.
Oh, I didn't finish telling you. Go ahead.
You didn't finish what?
Telling you about Rooster and the bacon sandwiches. But go ahead with your story. Aunt Bess tripped over a pig, huh?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, that was all. She fell down and was scared, and the pig ran away squealing.
They tell me pigs will eat people.
Yes, I understand they will.
Be a very miserable way to die, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And embarrassing.
Uh-huh.
Newspaper state Mr. Ray Johnson of this city passed away yesterday as a result of being ate by a
Raj, for goodness sake.
Well, hey.
Ain't that the little Rogers girl across the street?
It's one of them.
She's got her tam o' shanter on.
Uh-huh. Certainly a swell day, ain't it, boy?
Yeah. By tonight, there might be a thunderstorm come up.
I doubt it.
You can't ever tell about August weather that way. Why, one time there in Dixon, it come up a hailstorm so big that the whole town was covered with hail a foot deep. I remember...
Oh, I never told you.
Huh?
I still haven't told you about Rooster Davis and the bacon sandwiches.
Well, tell it.
Go ahead with what you were telling.
Well, that's all there was to it. One time in Dixon, during what looked like a calm summer day, it come up a hailstorm to where the ground was covered a foot deep.
Very remarkable.
What about Rooster and the sandwiches?
He's going to start a restaurant.
Uh-huh.
In this restaurant, he's going to sell nothing but bacon sandwiches. Going to deal in bacon sandwiches exclusively. Restaurant's going to be right downtown.
Yeah.
Corner of Main and Jefferson Street.
Oh, there you go again.
How do you mean?
Well, instead of telling a thing and finishing it, you just say one sentence at a time and make a person answer.
Oh.
What about Rooster and his bacon sandwiches?
Well, he's going to have a live pig out in back of the restaurant, see?
Uh-huh.
And whenever a customer comes in and orders a bacon sandwich, Rooster steps outdoors with a knife and cuts off a piece of bacon.
Cuts it off the pig?
Sure. All bacon comes from pigs.
Well, I know that foolish. What's the point?
The point is that the pig's alive.
Well?
The pig is given ether and chloroform so it won't hurt. A chunk of bacon is removed. A trained nurse steps forward and nurses the pig back to health and strength. He eats his dinner and gets fat, making more bacon. Another customer wants a sandwich, so Rooster again puts his pig to sleep with ether and chloroform and again cuts off a chunk. Sure. See, all you need is one pig. You don't lead a very gay life of it, what with being stabbed every little while.
Ish.
Huh?
Ish.
Okay.
Here comes Mr. Foster on his bicycle.
Uh-huh.
He's got his dinner bucket tied to his handlebar.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going in the house.
Oh, why, Ma?
I've got things to do.
Well, it's been a pleasant chat.
Yeah?
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block. And so we leave Mrs. Beach and Crisco's Vic and Sade until the next time. Don't forget to listen. This is Ed Roberts speaking.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, Duffy, guess who's coming down tonight? Well, I'll give you a hint. Think of a beautiful face with hair hanging down over one eye. No, not John L. Lewis. His hair hangs down over both eyes. It's Veronica Lake, Duffy. Huh? Well, no, actually, she don't wear it that way no more. Now, you ought to see her. Her face is as bald as a billiard ball. Oh, yes, a very beautiful dish, you know. Her figure, sort of petitely Juno-esque. Petite in some spots and Juno-esque in others. Like Mrs. Duffy? Duffy, I said Juno-esque, not Jumbo-esque. Yes, Duffy. Veronica's one of the most beautiful dames in this whole world. Yeah, her face beams like a full moon in April. Her shoulders have the whiteness of the blossoms in May. Her eyes twinkle like little snowflakes in December. What happened to June, July, August, September, October, November? The census cut them out. What? I promised to get a big name singer for the joint? Well, Duffy, I got that arranged. You see, Panya Slavnik, the music teacher, is bringing a singer down that's one of the biggest names in show business. A chanteuse? No, it's a male singer. Yeah, a manteuse. What? Look, Duffy, if I say I'm going to get you a big name, I'm going to get you a big name. If I don't, I'm a dirty what? I'm going to get you an even bigger name than that. Huh? Okay, I'll call you back. Say, Eddie, you know, we have a distinguished guest coming here tonight.
Yes, sir?
Did you wash the windows on the side wall?
Oh, Mr. Arch, I've been washing that wall for years. I ain't found a window yet.
Well, find one and clean it.
We're sure getting particular here. First thing you know, we'll be using napkins.
Eddie, you read me mind. You must be psychopathic. Here. Look.
Napkins.
Two of them. Sure. High-class customers, you know, the carnage trade. And, Eddie, I don't know whether you know anything about napkins, but look at these. Feel the quality of that paper.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. I was in a place the other day that uses cloth napkins.
Well, that's possible. These days they're using cheap substitutes for everything. Well, speaking of the devil... Huh?
I hear Veronica Lake is coming down here tonight.
That's right, Miss Duffy.
For what reason?
For what reason? Well, far be it for me to say, but, well, what do you think?
There must be another reason.
Oh, yeah? Ask Eddie why she's coming.
Well, it could be the food here.
The food, Eddie, that'd be silly.
No sillier than the other reason.
As I have told you many times, Miss Duffy, it happens that I have a certain amount of personal magnetism.
You mean you attract maggots?
Veronica Lake happens to be a movie star.
Don't change the subject. You and Veronica Lake.
Yes, sir, I can see it already. The two of us sitting in the moonlight, holding hands. Swine hearts beating in diesel time. Her sitting on me lap, me kissing her. Her kissing me. Me kissing her. Her kissing me. Me kissing her. Her kissing me.
Stay up there another 8 hours and you can get a pilot's license.
Oh, what's the use of talking to you? Hey, Eddie, dust off that mirror behind the bar.
Dust off the bar mirror?
Yeah.
This is revolutionary.
Duffy says he wants it so clean that he can see his face in it.
Late to 5, when he takes a look, he'll want to put the dust back.
Oh, I don't know. There's there's uglier people than Duffy on 3rd Avenue.
Oh. Hello, Art.
Eddie, I guess you was right. Hello, Finnegan. Hey, you're all dressed up tonight.
Thanks. You like this sweater?
Oh, very good. Goes well with them sneakers. Tell me, where'd you get the sweater?
My mother made it for me. She's just learning how to knit.
Mother knitted it, huh? Wait. Hey, what's them 2 buttons doing in the back?
Started out to be long underwear.
Oh, it's a lucky thing you dressed formal tonight. You know, we're expecting a very attractive lady of the opposite sex.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, who's the dame?
The dame is Veronica Lake.
Oh, boy. Veronica Lake?
You go for her, huh?
Oh, boy, Two Eyes. I seen one of them candid camera pictures of her in a movie magazine with Alan Ladd.
Yeah, huh? What kind of a candid camera picture was it?
Oh, you should have seen it, Arch.
Yeah.
All she was wearing was a skimpy little bathing suit.
That's all, huh?
Yeah. You never seen such a bathing suit, Arch. There was practically nothing to it.
Yeah. Really, huh?
Yeah. I just couldn't take my eyes off the picture. Boy, what muscles that Alan Ladd has.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? The big name singer I promised you? Well, Tanya Slotnick ain't brought him down yet. If it's Perry Como, Mrs. Duffy would like a lock of his curly hair. But, Duffy, suppose it turns out to be Crosby. Oh. Just send a piece of his scalp, huh? Duffy, that's already been asked for by Mrs. Sinatra. I'll tell you as soon as the guy gets here, Duffy. I'll call you back.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah?
This new singer, do you think he'll make me swoon?
Well, with you, it'll be hard to tell. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, that music teacher of yours, that Yashipanya Slavnik, is he a reliable judge of talent?
If he wasn't, do you think he'd hold such an important position?
What position?
He only happens to be the technical advisor to Western Union for all singing telegrams.
Boy, didn't know. I only hope that he ain't trying to palm you off as the big name singer.
I wouldn't sing for you with a 10-foot pole. Besides, it so happens that Yasha is saving me for television.
Lucky radio. He's gonna put you in television, huh?
Yes, he's very complimentary. He keeps saying, Miss Duffy, your face will be just right for television as soon as some improvements are made.
Well, you can't help your face, Miss Duffy. After all, it's a matter of heredity. Look at that picture there. Look at that horrible picture of your old man up there.
I don't think it's so horrible. I think it's a very good likeness.
Miss Duffy, you're looking at the Buck Beer sign. That's your father's picture hanging next to it.
Oh. Well, I admit he's no Clark Gable.
He ain't even a Boris Karloff. Eddie, please, turn that picture of Duffy around so that when Veronica Lake gets here, it won't turn her stomach. Brother, it's a lucky thing De Valera never seen that picture of Duffy. He'd sue him for lousing up the map of Ireland. Eddie, I wonder what famous singer Tanya Slavnik's bringing down tonight.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Caruso.
Don't be silly. Caruso's in Italy.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's Tanya Slavnik now. Hey, Yasha.
Your humble servant.
Did you bring that singer that you promised?
By me, a promise is a promise.
Quick, who is he? Where is he?
At the moment, he is outside gargling.
Oh, well, quick, bring him in. Hello? Hello, Duffy, the singer? He's outside lubricating his gargle. Well, I'll know in a second, but I got a hunch that it's either Bing Crosby or Dennis Day.
Archie, here he is.
Hold on, Duffy. I'll find out who it is. Yasha.
Yes?
Come on now. Bing Crosby or Dennis Day? Who is he?
Lope Balaguer.
I'll call you back, Duffy. Anya Slavnik, how would you like a punch in the nose? What is a Lope Balaguer?
He is the singer.
But you said he was a Bing Crosby.
So we'll get him some loud shirts.
You promised me a big name, and you give me a guy named Lope Balaguer.
Please, my boy, Lope Balaguer is only being his stage name.
Oh, well, that's different.
Of course. His real name is Jose Balaguer.
In that case, I'll punch both of them in the nose.
Please, my boy, don't be so impatient. Lope, what song you would like to sing?
I will sing Contigo a la Distancia.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. He's about to sing. Huh? No, it ain't Morton Downey. No, not Chauncey Olcott. No, not John McCormick. Is he Irish? Duffy, he's as Irish as Patty's enchilada. Well, now you just listen and see if you can guess who he is. Okay, Slavic, turn him loose. You listening, Duffy? Okay.
No existe un momento del día en que pueda apartarme de ti. Ya todo parece distinto. Porque no estás junto a mí. No hay bella melodía en que no surjas tú. Ni yo quiero cantarla si no la escuchas tú. Es que te has convertido en parte de mi alma. Ya nada me consuela si no estás tú también. Más allá de tus labios, del sol y las estrellas, contigo a la distancia, amada mía,
Oh, Duffy, you liked them, huh? Well, did you recognize whose voice it was? Huh? No. Not Chang Chai Chek. Well, keep guessing, Duffy. I'll call you later.
So, Archie, what's the difference? He's got a big name. This boy is making the women swoon.
Swoon? Hey, wait a minute. Maybe that's me way out of this. If I can get Veronica Lake to swoon over this guy, he'd get enough publicity to make him a big name. I can see the headlines already. Veronica Lake faints at Duffy. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? No. Not Bobby Breen. Hey, just a minute. Veronica Lake just come in. Oh, yeah, it's dynamite, Duffy. You know, the kind of a dame when you see her on the beach in a bathing suit, you turn to your kid and you say, "Look, Junior, why don't you go bury your mother in the sand?" Well, look, Duffy, I've got to go and greet her. I'll call you right back. Huh? What? No. Not Carmen Lombardo. But you're getting close. I'll call you back. Well, Veronica, welcome to Duffy.
Hello, Archie.
Well, Miss Blake, may I say that I have long been a humble worshiper of your feet. Welcome to our hollow priests.
Are they as hollow as they sound?
Oh, the same old gay, witty Veronica. You know, you ain't had a meal here for 7 years. What's kept you away so long?
What's kept me away for so long?
Yeah.
The will to live.
Well, that's nice to hear.
But there's one thing that I can't understand.
What?
What holds this building up?
I am equally at a loss. That dress of yours.
What about it?
What holds that up?
Well, it's a hard struggle, Archie. You know, the law of gravity versus the laws of the state of New York.
Well, so much for pleasantries, Veronica. Leave us start the pitch.
What pitch?
Don't pretend with me, kid. Give in to thine own instincts. As Omar Khayyam himself once said, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou. And if food be the music of love, very fine. So, what do you say we start out with a little necking, huh?
Well, Archie, I don't know much about you.
You think of a better way to find out?
I mean about your background.
My background is just as obvious as yours. Don't try to stave me off, Veronica. You and me could be very happy. We could settle down in Beverly Hills, maybe build a little house, and before you know it, there'll be 2 or 3 little ones.
Not before I know it.
Well, naturally, I give you warning. So, what do you say?
him.
Oh. Oh, Miss Lake, this is Miss Duffy, the fruit of Duffy's wedlock, otherwise known as the fruitcake.
How do you do, fruitcake?
Likewise, I'm sure. Oh, this Lake is a sure a thrill. Just think, to meet in person a girl who was in the same picture with Claudette Goldbergs.
Thank you.
Oh, you know, we love your pictures in my family. Papa, that's my father. He cried at one of your pictures. He said it was just like the story of his life.
The story of his life? What picture was that?
I married a witch.
Your mother could say the same thing about I walked with a zombie.
Quiet, Archie. Miss Lake, I'd like to ask you a personal question.
Yes, what is it?
When all of those fellas in the movies kiss you, do you get a thrill?
Of course I do. I'm only human.
There, you see, Archie? It ain't the same as washing dishes.
Duffy, please get out of here, will you? Now, let's see, Veronica. What was I talking about?
Yourself, let's face it.
It's funny, huh? You know, with a sense of humor like yours, you'd be a wrap-up for me, Jim. But wait a minute, before you start getting too serious, Veronica, I'd like you to do me a platonic favor.
That I'd be happy to do.
Well, thank you. You see, we got a singer here, and he needs only one thing to make him famous.
A voice?
Besides that, the thing the guy needs is publicity. He's a crooner, you know, and if his singing could make somebody like you swoon, overnight, the guy would be notorious.
In other words, you want me to throw a faint?
That's right, throw a faint. How about it?
Look, brother, I ain't taking no dive for nobody, see?
Oh, Eddie.
Yep.
If this dame won't throw a faint, I'm a dead duck. How am I going to do it?
Don't ask me. If the hand here didn't do it, nothing will.
Come on, Veronica, give me a break, will you? When it's fun to start singing, how about one small swoon?
Archie, I can't do it.
Can't do it, huh? Well, some people is actresses and some people ain't. Maybe it's just the lack of no ability.
Just what do you mean?
Well, if I asked Betty Davis to cry, I bet you she'd flood the joint in a minute. Here I ask you to pull a simple swoon, and what happens?
Well, perhaps if I heard this crooner sing, it might help.
It certainly would. Wait, I'll get him over. Hey, Lupe, come here.
Yes, Archie.
Shake hands with Veronica Lake.
Buenas noches, señorita.
How do you do?
Señorita, I think you are the most beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous, marvelous.
That's enough, Lupe. The help do not mingle with the guests. You just stick to vocalize now and make it real swoony. Huh?
La, 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 la.
That's it. Well, how about it, Veronica? Do you feel a little dizzy or sick?
No, I don't.
No, huh? That's funny, I do. Hello? Hello, Duffy. What? No, not singing Sam. Duffy. The guy's name is Lope Balaguer. Now calm down, Duffy. Relax. No kind of ransom. The guy is just as famous as Crosby. Only nobody ever heard of him. Now, just a minute, Duffy. If we can make Veronica Lake swoon, will you be satisfied then? Okay. But if she don't, I'm fired? Look, be careful, Duffy. A remark like that might easily put a guy out of a job. Okay. I gotta make this dame swoon. Let's see. Who looks like Sinatra around here?
I do, Arch.
Huh? You do?
Yep, I do. This late, get a load today. Good. Oh, nothing at all.
Well, nothing at all.
This dame just don't like music. Arch, I got an idea.
What?
Why don't we tap her gently on the skull with the bung style?
If we can't commit arson. I got a better idea. I'll make her swoon. Oh, Veronica.
Yes, Archie.
Veronica, come here. Leave me thrill thy luscious lips with a kiss. Well, how did you like it?
I'll take Finnegan singing.
Eddie, I think Finnegan's right. There's only one thing left to do. Give me that fun starter.
Where is it?
Right there, back of Duffy's picture. Wait a minute, Eddie, don't turn that picture around.
Who's that?
Duffy.
Oh.
Did it. Lope, you're hired. She swooned.
What did it, Arch?
Duffy's picture, of course. Why didn't we think of that in the first place? It just shows you, Eddie.
What?
The best laid plans of men and mice all gang agley in the face of a rat.
The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix.
Well,
Well, it's after dinner in the Riley household, and we find the two male members of the family, Chester Riley Sr. and Jr., seated in the living room with the evening newspaper. They've divided it up between them. The brains of the family is reading the editorials, and the juvenile member is reading the comic section.
Here, Junior, I'm finished with the comic section. Give me the sports page, please, huh?
Well, I didn't read it yet, Pop. Here's the editorial page.
What do I want with the editorial page? I ain't got nothing to wrap up.
Well, you should read the editorials, Pop, so you'll know what's going on.
Them editorials are a lot of bunk. I read an editorial once. Said if I voted for this certain guy, I'd get 2 chickens in my pot and a car in my garage. So I voted for him. What happened? I didn't have no garage, no car, no chickens. All I had was the pot. But I got rid of that by exercising.
Oh, Pop, gee whiz, look.
What's the matter, Junior?
Yeah, this picture on the sports page.
Well, who is it?
First baseman Roy Elkins. He was signed up to play for Boston next year. Oh, gee.
What are you getting so excited about?
Well, he's Danny Elkins' father. Danny's in my class at school.
Oh.
But, gee, that's funny. Danny never even talks about his father. Boy, if I had a father I could be proud of, I wouldn't keep quiet.
Well, that's because you... what did you say?
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant...
I know what you meant. You think I don't amount to anything. You're ashamed of your own father.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Name me one thing I've done that you could be proud of.
Well,
You see, you can't answer. Fine thing, your own son, he thinks you're a flop.
Oh, no, Pop, I didn't say that. You don't understand. You're swell, but... Well, I mean, it's not as if you were an athlete like Danny's father.
Well, who ain't an athlete? What do you think I got that silver loving cup on the mantel there for?
For a pie-eating contest.
Oh, you know about that, huh? Well, never mind that. I was an athlete once, too.
Oh, I know, Pop. Everybody is. But, you see, a professional.
Well, I was a professional.
You were? A real professional?
Sure. Sure.
Well, what'd you play? Baseball?
No, not baseball.
Football?
Yeah, that's it. Football.
Well, gee, Pop, you never told me before. A real professional football player. Oh, boy. Pop, you ain't kidding me.
Oh, you don't believe me, huh?
Oh, yeah. No, I
Oh,
believe you,
okay. Come over here. I'll prove it to you. Come over here. Should be in discussion here somewhere.
What you looking for?
A picture of... Oh, here it is. Take a look at that.
Gee, oh, boy. Is that really you, Pop?
Yeah, that's me. I look good in a football uniform, huh?
Oh, terrific. What's the G on the sweater stand for?
Well, that's the team that I played for.
Pop, you mean you played for the Giants? The New York Giants?
Well, G stands for Giants, don't it?
Oh, am I proud of you.
You are, son? Really? You
Oh,
really are?
my gosh. Pop, why did you ever give it up?
Well, it was your mother, mostly. She worried too much. She said if I didn't give it up, she'd leave me. And you were going to be born, so between her going and you coming, I gave it up. Now, let's not talk about it anymore, son. I'm too modern.
Riley, I want to talk to you.
Well, not now, Peg. I'm late for night school.
Well, I can't help it. Now, what's all this nonsense you've been telling Junior about you being a football player?
Oh, he told you. Well, I better go.
Why did you tell Junior you played professional football for the New York Giants? You never played football in your life.
Oh, right, so I exaggerated a little bit.
Well, you'll find out.
Peg, you didn't tell him.
Oh, no, I kept quiet. But I don't understand how a smart boy like Junior could swallow a story like that.
Well, it was the picture that done it. You know where I'm wearing a football uniform with a big G on my chest? He thought it stood for Giants.
But that was only a costume you wore when you were a bouncer at the Gridiron Cafe.
Yeah, I know, but it was almost like real football. I used to tackle guys who made passes at girls.
Very funny.
Well, I wanted him to be proud of me. It's good for a boy to be proud of his father.
But why lie? Why not let him be proud of you for what you really are?
Why make it tough for him?
Well, I don't like lying.
Well, I know it's wrong, but, well, this made the boy so happy. He thinks I'm a hero. So why disilluminate him?
All right, have it your way, but I'm warning you, if Junior...
Pop, look.
Well, what's the matter, Junior?
Look in the school paper, your picture.
My picture in the... What's that? Nice. In the football uniform.
Oh, no. Yeah, some surprise, huh? I fixed the whole thing up with the sports editor. What a story. Just look what it says. Ex-giant gridiron star, now pupil of John J. Boskowitz Night School.
Ex-giant gridiron star.
The editor wanted to say player, but I made him write star.
Gridiron star.
Well, at least they used the word gridiron.
And listen to this. Scoop, the editor learned today that Junior Riley's father, Chester Riley Sr., years ago was one of the game's biggest names in pro football. I told him to use the word biggest. I guess I exaggerated a little.
No, you didn't, Junior. Your father is one of the biggest.
Hey, please. Junior, why did you do it?
Why not? It's true.
Well, yeah, sure. It's true, but the publicity...
Gee, I'm sorry. I thought you'd get a kick out of it.
Oh, that's all right, son. I'm proud that you're proud of me. I ain't worried. In a couple of days, everybody will forget all about it. So, come in.
Hello, Riley. It's me.
Oh, hello. Come on in. Peg, I want you to meet a classmate of mine from night school, Bruiser McCoy.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McCoy?
Hi. Listen, Riley, why didn't you tell us?
Tell you what?
Tell you what, he says. About the Giants. What it says here on the school paper. I made my kid read it to me 3 times, and when it sunk in, I came right over.
Well, that's fine.
That's fine, he says. It's terrific. You're just the man we need for the big game on Saturday.
Game? What game?
The big exhibition game. John J. Boskowitz Night School versus Central Night School. And you're going to be our fullback.
Me? Now, wait, Bruce.
Oh, boy, Pop's going to play. Oh, wait till they see him in action. It won't be a football game. It'll be a massacre.
Yeah, a massacre. Oh, Peg, say something.
Mr. McCoy, I don't think Riley will be able to play for your team.
No.
What? Riley, you hear that? She says you can't play. Who's the boss in this house?
She is.
But we need you, Riley. I got a team of old zombies. We got to have young blood on that field.
Does it have to be my blood? I ain't playing. You can't make me. I won't do it.
Oh, I get it. Well, you're just plain, pardon the expression, madam, yellow.
My Pop ain't yellow. That's a big lie.
Junior, you apologize to Mr. McCoy.
Oh, doggone it, Pop ain't yellow. Go on, Pop. Show him you ain't yellow. Tell him you'll play. Go on. Tell him, Pop.
Well,
Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy. I apologize. Excuse me.
No, wait a minute, Junior. I'll play.
You will, Pop?
Yeah.
Oh, next time don't kid me like that. Well, boy, what'll I tell about the gang?
Atta boy, Riley. I knew you'd come through, kid. Come on, let's get down to the school and meet the team.
Yeah, well, you go ahead, Bruiser. I'll meet you down there.
Okay. So long, kid.
So long, Bruiser.
Riley, are you out of your mind? Why did you say you'll play?
What could I do? I don't want Junior to hate me.
I know, but you've never played football in your life. Do you realize what'll happen to you when you get out on that field with those big bruisers?
Sure. I know. But you saw the look on Junior's face when he thought I was yellow. Well, instead of being ashamed of the father he's got, he'll be proud of the father he used to have.
Riley, who never played football in his life, told Junior a cock and bull story about his being a former star fullback with the New York Giants. He didn't foresee that Junior would have the story written up in the school paper. The next thing Riley knew, he was forced to play in an exhibition game with the night school team. Now it's shortly before game time, and we find a panic-stricken Riley.
Riley, where's Junior?
I sent him ahead to the game. I told him to wait for me. He's going to have a long wait.
Well, what are you lying on the couch for? Come on, get up.
I can't.
But the game starts.
I ain't playing in the game. I ain't going.
What?
I can't help it. Something's happened to me. My legs are numb. My brain is numb, too.
Oh, come on. Your legs will get better.
No, I'm scared.
But you can't back out now, just before the game.
But I got a family to support.
Oh, come on, dear. You won't get hurt if you're careful. When you get out on the field, just don't get in anybody's way.
No, it's no use, Peg. I can't do it.
But you've got to, dear. Think of Junior.
I am thinking of Junior. If I get into that game, he'll be Chester Riley Sr.
But how do you explain to people?
Well, I'll say I was just ready to leave the house when you got arrested.
Arrested?
Yeah, for being drunk, and I had to bail you out.
That's a fine excuse.
No, that's no good. They wouldn't believe me. Where would I get enough money for bail? Wait, let me think. I know. You got sick. That's it, you got sick.
Oh, everybody knows I'm perfectly healthy. You can't...
Wait a minute, I got it. I'll tell them a dog bit you. A mad dog. And you got the rabies, and I had to run around to get you a vet. That sounds logical?
You poor thing. I know how you feel, but come on up.
What's holding you up?
Your mother. I mean, Junior, what are you doing here?
I was waiting for you outside.
I told you to go ahead.
I can't. You gotta come with me. You see, I fixed up a little surprise for you.
A surprise?
Yeah, Okay, fellas, now.
Junior, what is this?
It's the school band. We're going to escort you to the game. Half the school's outside.
No, shut the door. Junior, listen, you don't understand. Your mother, she was bitten by a drunken dog. I gotta find a mad doctor so that... Oh, what's the use? Let's go. Goodbye, Peg. You were a good wife.
Here he is, fellas.
Smash him like great. Spit out the pit. 3 cheers for John J. Foxowitz. Riley!
Good afternoon, football fans.
Good afternoon, football fans. This is KNBC, bringing you the exhibition game between Central Night School and John J. Boskowitz Night School. This is the biggest crowd these old-timers have ever drawn, undoubtedly due to the presence in the Boskowitz lineup of none other than Chester Riley, former pro football star of the New York Giants. All of which means we'll probably see some great football today. There goes the whistle. There's the whistle. Pop Simmons will kick off for Central. Now the Boskowitz team is lined up ready to receive. Wait a minute, folks. There seems to be some confusion. One of the Boskowitz men is wandering around the field. Oh, I see. It's Riley, number 0. He doesn't seem to know where to stand. Now Bruiser McCoy is saying something.
Riley, what's the matter with you? You were the fullback. How do you expect to receive the ball standing on their 40-yard line?
Oh, yeah, well, I was playing with the old rule.
Well, stop showing off, champ, and get back there. And remember what you're supposed to do. As soon as you catch the kickoff, you run down the left side of the field, then lateral pass it to Tommy. He'll be in back of you.
Tommy? Who's Tommy?
Tommy Wilkins, our left end, number 16.
Oh, okay. Pass to number 16. I got you.
Yeah, now get going. You hold up the game.
Folks. They're all lined up. And there goes the kickoff by Pop Simmons. And it's a beautiful kick. But Boskowitz's fullback Riley is right under it, waiting to receive it. And here it comes down, and oh, it hit Riley on the head and bounced right up again. But Riley's under it. He's got it. No, it bounced off his head again. And again it bounces off his head. This boy seems to be playing soccer. Now he's got it. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. Now Riley's racing down the field. Central's tacklers are closing in on him. Riley stops. He's getting set for a lateral pass. Yes, and there goes Central over for a touchdown. Folks, that was an amazing play. First Riley took
Riley, you big dumb cluck.
What happened?
What happened, he says. How could you be such a dope?
But I did what you told me. You told me to hand the ball to number 16.
Yeah, but not to number 16 on the other team.
Oh, well, I was still playing with the old rules. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I got a good mind to bench you.
No, please don't do that. Give me a break. My kid's out there watching. After all, this is the first time in my life I ever played football.
Well, that's a little... Didn't you used to play for the Giants?
Well, not exactly.
Get off this field.
No, wait, you can't do this.
Get off this field!
Okay, I'll go.
Attention, please. Chester Riley is being replaced by Blanchard. Morris Blanchard.
Hey, Riley, where'd you learn to play football? Back a hold, Riley. You're a washout.
Riley, dear.
Hey, Dumpus, listen, they're booing me. Make them stop.
Oh, you better come home, dear.
Yeah.
Pop, what happened?
Oh, Junior, I disgraced you.
How could you pull a boner like that?
Now, Junior, your father's upset enough. Besides, it's not so terrible. Even the biggest stars make mistakes.
Yeah, but not a star like Pop.
Well, you see...
It's no use, Peg. Junior, I ain't a star. I never played for the Giants. I never even played football. It was all a big lie.
You lied? You lied to me? It isn't true?
No, I'm just a four-flushing faker.
Why did you do it?
Because I wanted you to be proud of me.
But I told everybody, and they all think you're a fine father. Telling me I'll never trust you again.
Junior, wait.
Junior, dear.
Peg, you go after him. I'll see you at home if he lets me in.
Will you be all right, dear?
Yeah, I'm okay. And listen, tell Junior if he wants to disown me as his father, I'm willing to tear up his birth certificate and he can start all over again. I guess I'd better go home. Gee, what a mess I made of my life. I wish the earth would open up and swallow me.
Wishing won't make it so.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Oh, Digger, I feel terrible. It's my boy, Junior.
Ah, yes. Boys can be a problem. You know that gang of hoodlums that's always annoying me?
Yeah.
Yesterday they pilfered a sign from a grocery store and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Why? What did the sign say?
Try our large economy box. Enough for the whole family.
I'm in a real jam, Digger, on account of I made an awful mistake.
Oh, in my business, we've learned one thing. When we make a mistake, we cover it up.
You see, I pretended to be a great football star, and Junior found out I was a fake.
Oh, Riley, you must never pretend to be something you're not. A friend of mine once visited my place, a practical joker. So he lay down and pretended to be a customer. Unfortunately, I had a nearsighted assistant.
Well, what happened?
It was the first time in my career a client ever got a round trip.
You see, I wanted to make Junior proud of me.
Well, that's a natural instinct for a father. I've always tried to make my son proud of me. And today, my boy worships the very ground I work in.
He loves you?
Madly. After all, I'm wise, witty, and winsome, gentle, just, and generous, tender, temperate, and tolerant. He adores me. I'm okay.
And my boy hates me. I'm ashamed to go home and let him look at my face.
I don't blame you. It's a serious problem.
What'll I do? Will you help me, Digger?
Of course, I always help people. In my profession, we have a saying. I quote, "If a man is hungry, feed him. If he's lost, lead him. If he's lonely, marry him. And if he's flat, carry him." Now, my advice to you is go home and face the music. I'm sure the lad will forgive you.
I guess you're right, Digger. It's the only thing to do. Thanks for helping me.
Oh, don't mention it. I'm always glad to give a man a push in the right direction. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
I was worried.
I was just walking around. Oh, Peg, I feel terrible. Is Julie...
Try not to think about it now. Come on, you better lie down.
Yeah, I got a splitting headache.
Well, I'll get you an aspirin.
Yeah, put it in a cheese sandwich. I'm hungry, too.
All right. You lie down now. I'll bring you supper in bed.
Oh, you're too good to me. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve you should even talk to me.
Don't be silly. I'm not blaming you, dear.
You're not? Oh, you're wonderful, Peg. All these years, I never really appreciated you. But now I can give you the highest compliment a man can give to a woman. You're like a mother to me. If only Junior...
Oh, now forget about Junior. Try to sleep.
Okay.
That's a little stuffy in here. I think I'll open the window.
Well, who's that out there?
Oh, it's just Junior and some of his friends.
Hey, you fire some football players. My grandmother can play better than your old man.
My own son laughing at me with his friends. I can't believe that's my boy.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. There's a reason my father didn't play good. Yeah, go on. What are you handing us? No, honest, fellas. You see, this morning he had an accident. That's what you say. No, no kidding. He went out in the street and he got hit by a car. Yes? Whose car? Well, it wasn't a car. It was a bus. A bus? Yeah, two buses. His head was caught right between them. I saw the whole thing, and my father's a witness. Gee, two buses.
Riley, what's he saying?
He wouldn't go to a doctor. He insisted on playing. And that's why he handed the ball to the wrong guy. He was unconscious. Boy, that took guts. Playing when he's unconscious. Your old man's okay. You bet he's okay, and I'm proud of him.
Peg, did you hear him? Did you ever hear such a cock and bull story? Oh, that's my boy, all right. And, Junior, when I heard you stick up for me, I knew you still loved me.
Sure I do, Pop.
And you forgive me for telling you a lie?
Oh, of course he does, Riley.
Well, sure, forget it, Pop.
Oh, thanks, Junior. And I promise you from now on I'll never tell another lie. And neither should you, Junior. It's a bad thing to do.
Don't worry, Pop, I won't. This taught me a lesson. But, boy, you sure had me fooled there for a while. I thought you really knew something about football.
No, I got to admit I don't know a thing about football. But you take basketball now.
Riley?
I don't know a darn thing about that either.
This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Well, Lum managed to get the firm of Edwards and Peabody out of the owl business even faster than Abner got them into it. And now not a single feather is left in their place of business. In spite of losing the goodwill and the business of the Ladies' Woodcraft and Feathered Friend Club, Lum is still trying to promote his greeting card enterprise. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Grandpap is at his favorite place at the library table, reading some informative volume, as usual. Listen.
In dancing the polka, the gentleman should clasp his partner lightly but firmly around the waist with his right arm.
Grandpap, I don't believe I want to learn no more about dancing today. I know enough about it, I believe.
No, you don't, Abner. This book says if a feller's going to dance, he ought to do it right or not at all.
Well, who said I wanted to dance?
He takes her right hand in his left hand.
Oh, Grandpap.
But he should beware of holding her arm out straight as though he were imitating a windmill. Did you get that, Abner?
I weren't even listening.
Says you're supposed to imitate a windmill. Let's see you try that one.
I ain't going to do no such a thing now,
Listen,
Grandpa.
Abner, if you expect me to learn you how to dance, you got to do what the book says.
I never asked you to learn me how to dance. This was all your own idea.
We are now ready to describe the steps.
Oh, my.
Now, listen to this part good, Abner. The polka is danced in 2/4 time. There are 3 steps to each bar. The 4th beat is always a rest.
Well, that's the part I'll do, that resting. I can do that good.
Wait, don't sit down, Abner. You're just getting started now.
Oh, my.
The steps herewith described are for the gentleman. The lady simply reverses them, using her left foot for her right.
Now, that's downright silly. How could she do that? That'd be awful awkward, her crossing her feet over that way, putting her left foot over there to use instead of her right, and then trying to dance.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what it says here.
What woman is it that dances that way anyway?
It don't say here who it is. But no use worrying about her. You more likely won't get her for a partner no way.
See about my luck.
First beat, spring slightly on right foot. Go ahead, Abner, spring.
Oh, all right. But if I break my leg now...
That's it. That's the time. At the same time, slide left foot forward.
Oh, Grandpap, I feel silly doing this.
Well, you look a little silly, too, Abner, but don't worry. You'll get it. Second beat, bring right foot forward by Glisdale and...
What was that by what?
Glisdale. That's what it's got wrote down here.
Glisdale. Who's Glisdale?
I don't know. More likely that's your dancing partner.
Well, just a minute here now. That ain't the woman with the crossed-up left foot, is it?
Oh, I don't think so.
I bound you that's who it is, and I ain't going to dance with her neither, Grandpap.
Well, that's the way it is in the book, Abner.
I don't care. I ain't going to dance with that Glisdale woman. Either you change that to Elizabeth, or I won't even go to the dance. Well, wait a minute. I ain't going to no dance. What's the matter with me?
Well, you might go to one someday, and you'll want to be prepared for it. But I'll change this for you.
Yeah, change it.
Bring right foot forward by Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And at the same time, raise the left foot. Have you got your left foot raised?
Uh-huh.
Then you... Wait a minute. I've got to turn the page here.
Well, hurry up now, Grandpap.
Hold your horses, Abner. You want to learn this right.
Well, I can't hold one foot off the floor all day long. Hurry up.
Here we are. And then serve small sandwiches cut in dainty shapes.
Serve sandwiches?
That's what it says.
On one foot?
Well, here, read it yourself.
That's the silliest one dance I ever heard of, Grandpap.
Well, I admit it does appear to be a little peculiar, but maybe we're getting old-fashioned, Abner, behind the times.
Well, now...
Something new, I reckon.
If this is the way they're dancing nowadays, I know I ain't going to take it up. Dog, I'd be the laughing stock of the whole town, hopping around in the middle of a dance floor on one foot carrying a plate full of sandwiches.
Cut in dainty shapes, it says.
I don't care what shapes they're cut in. You can just count me out, Grandpa.
Wait, Abner. Don't put your foot down yet.
Well, I'm tired.
Just seen I made a mistake here.
Mistake?
That's a good or no me. I turned too many pages. What's the matter?
Well, hurry up and find out what I'm supposed to do with this left foot of mine then. I'm getting tired of standing this way. Hurry up now, Grandpa, if you're going to.
For goodness sakes, what's the matter with you, Abner?
Oh, howdy, Lum.
What do you stand on one foot for? You think you're a crane or something?
No, Grandpap just found a book in the library on dancing and stuff, and he's bound and determined he's going to learn me to dance.
Yeah, it's a handy thing to know, Lum. Would you like to join the class? You can be Abner's partner here. No, I ain't got time for no such foolishness as that, Grandpap. You just sit there and learn how to dance by yourself. Yeah, that's sort of hard to do, Lum. Not for a genius like you. Don't bother us now, Grandpap, because I want Abner to help me with a new idea I got.
A new idea? What is it, Lum? Has it got something to do with the store or with the Edwards Publishing Company?
It's for the publishing company. Greeting card department.
Well, what is it?
Say, Lum, if I'm going to take up dancing, I believe I better go home and get some rest first. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, good idea.
So long. Just reading here. And some of these steps here look uncommonly hard to do. Now, here's one.
Well, don't read it to us, Grandpap. Just go on home and get some rest. That's what you need.
Yeah, it's a good idea, Abner. I believe that's just what I'll do. Glad you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you fellers later on. So long.
So long,
So long, Grandpap.
One worry feller to death. Dancing.
There's one feller that would be a heap better off if he'd never learned how to read.
Yeah, he would. I wish he never had to learn. Well, what's this new idea of yours, Lum?
Well, we won't make no money out of this, but it's an awful good thing to do.
Yes, Lum.
Yeah. we're going to print up some big birthday greeting cards and send them to all the Pine Ridge boys that went in the Army or the Navy.
Oh, well, that sounds good. But now, what if it ain't their birthday, though, Lum? That'd be a little silly sending them a birthday card when it ain't their birthday.
Well, we can find out about that.
Huh?
See, what we got to do is call up their mamas and papas and find out when their birthdays is.
Oh.
And then about a week or so before we send a greeting card to whatever boy's having a birthday, why, we'll put his greeting card on the counter where everybody can see it. Set it right over there by the cash drawer.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll put a pen and ink right next to it.
Well, what's that for?
Well, you see, I want everybody in town or everybody that comes in here to write something on that card.
Oh.
See, we're going to make the cards pretty big and leave the second page of it blank, and that's where folks can write down some little thing they want to say to the boy.
Oh, I see. And this way, why, it'll just be like getting a letter from the whole town.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good.
It'll make them feel awful good.
Oh, why, sure.
Everybody recollecting them on their birthday.
Yeah, it'll be just like getting a newspaper from home, sort of it'll be. Tell them all the news.
Well, we want all of our soldiers to know how proud we are of them and how much we appreciate what they're doing for us back here at home.
Why, sure. Doggers, I'm for this idea. Yes, sir, I'm for this. That's the best one I've heard of yet, Lum. Well, let's get started on it right away, then. You want me to call up Miss Macmillan and ask her about Ernest's birthday? Ernest, he's in the Army, you know.
No, I done talked to her.
Oh.
She said Ernie's birthday ain't till October.
Oh, October, huh?
Said, though, she thought the Blevins boy's birthday was pretty soon now.
Blevin? Oh, Robert Blevin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get hold of Miss Blevin right now.
Yeah, ought to do that.
You recollect what their ring is?
Yeah, let's see. I believe it's 2 longs and 2 shorts. I believe it is, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like it. I'll try that.
Yeah, ring that anyway. If it ain't them, you can talk to whoever you get. They might have a boy in the Army. Well, sir, I know them soldier boys will love to hear from home. That's the way they'll hear from all their old friends at one time.
Yeah, and remind folks to send the boys birthday presents. Hello, is that you, Miss Blevin?
Best idea here.
Ma? Oh, hello, Aunt Charity. What you doing over there? No.
Thought you gone the wrong place.
Really? Oh, my goodness. Well, when did they find out, Aunt Charity? Well, I do know.
What is it, Lum?
Did they get any details? Uh-huh. Yes, Mom. Granny, that sounds like Robert, all right. There's a boy you could always depend on to do something like that.
Oh, he's a fine boy, that boy is.
Oh, well, you go ahead, Aunt Charity. I won't bother you no more right now. But tell Miss Blevin, tell her... Well, you know better than me what to say, Aunt Charity. Yes, Mom. All right. Goodbye.
Lum, you forgot to ask when Robert's birthday is.
Abner, Robert ain't going to have no more birthdays.
Huh? You mean... Oh...
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness.
But he's done just what you expect him to do. He went down fighting. And fighting again pretty heavy odds, too. Taking 5 airplanes to get him.
5?
Yes, sir. And he could have got away and saved himself, but he kept on fighting so that some of his buddies in another airplane could get away.
Well.
Their guns had been shot away, and they couldn't fight no more. He stayed up there and fought it out with them.
That dog is good for Robert.
Abner, we ain't going to let him get away with this.
Well, what can we do, Lum?
I'll show you. First thing we're going to do is get everybody on the party line.
The party line?
I'll give the fire alarm ring. That'll get them to listen in.
Yeah, well, what you going to tell them, Lum? What you calling them for?
Tell them. Wait a minute. Hello, everybody. This is Lum Edwards. There ain't no fire. I just wanted you to listen in so I could tell you something. It's an alarm, all right. I don't know how many of you folks know about Robert Blevin yet, but Bob's a hero now.
Yeah, bless his heart.
He's been doing some good work with his airplane over there in the Pacific, but he fought his last battle the other day, and he fought it for us. It weren't one airplane that got him, or 2, or 3. It taken 5 of them to do it. And right there's where the enemy made its biggest mistake. Robert Blevin is a Pine Ridge boy, and Pine Ridge ain't going to take this setting down. We're going to get every one of them 5 airplanes. And here's how we're going to do it. All of you folks is pledged to give 10% of your earnings for war bonds and stamps. Well, that ain't enough now. Every citizen of Pine Ridge has got to give more than that. Not only this week, but every week. We got to keep it up till we got things evened up for Bob. So start buying them war bonds and stamps right away, folks. You can get them at the post office or the bank, but start getting them. Because you're buying these for Robert Blevins and boys like him.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to stay tuned in for an important message from Washington, D.C. at the close of our program. Now, here is the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Charles Boyer. Where Andrew H. Brown is concerned, it seems that Cupid never runs out of darts. The little fellow with the arrows has found Andy's heart once more, and we find him madly in love with the fashionable and well-to-do Sabina Emerson. At the moment, Andy is at Sabina's house, about to pop the question.
Honey, I admit that I done heard the call of love 2 or 3 other times in my life, but now I knows it was just whispering. This time it's really shouting at me. I was crazy about you, Sabina.
Well, that's very flattering of you, Andy, to say that, and I want you
Oh,
to know...
honey, I can't get you off my mind. Look here. When I sits by my window at night looking up at the sky, I sees your face in every cloud. And when I walk through the park, I sees you looking up at me from every flower. And even when I shoots pool, your face is in every pocket.
Andy, what are you trying to say?
Sabina, what I'm trying to say is something that I ain't never said to no gal before. Will you marry me?
Why, Andy, I had no idea.
Oh, Sabina, please say you'll marry me.
Well, Andy, I'm very fond of you, and I enjoy being with you, but, well, I don't know just how to say it.
Yeah, well, what's wrong, honey?
Well, it's Mama. She says you're all right for a friend, Andy, but not to let it get serious.
She wanted to be strictly flutonic, huh?
That's right.
Well, don't your mama like me?
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy, Mama feels that before anybody marries into us Emersons, they got to have background and charm and refinement.
Well, ain't I got them?
Well, frankly speaking, Andy, and I think this calls for frankness, Mama feels that you was a little uncouth.
Yeah, well, I admit that I got a few rough edges here and there. But if you give me a little time, I could couth myself up.
Well, Andy, it goes a little deeper than that. You see, Mama said...
Sabina, get your wrap before we're late for the concert.
Yes, Mama.
Is Sabina got to go, Miss Emerson?
Well, it's an all Beethoven concert tonight. Sabina adores Beethoven, and she wouldn't think of missing it.
Yeah, well, us Browns adores Beethoven, too. Him and Spike Jones is our favorites.
Come, Sabina.
Wait a minute. Maybe I could go along with you. I'll pay for my own ticket and everything.
Oh, Mr. Brown, I'm afraid you would be out of place. Sabina?
I'm telling you, Amos, you're wasting your time looking in that dictionary.
Well, it ought to be round in here someplace.
Well, there's a lot of words in that dictionary there, but I couldn't find no uncouth. Tell you the truth, Amos, there ain't but 3 words in the whole book that start off with U-N-K.
Wait a minute. Here it is. I done found it, Andy. Here, look. Here it is, uncouth. It starts off with U-N-C. It say here... awkward, lacking in refinement, crude, clumsy, vulgar, offensive, obnoxious.
Hold it. That's enough.
Now, tell me this. Why are you so interested in that word?
Well, Amos, that's what Sabina's mama say that I is. Tell me, Amos, why is it that mamas don't like me?
Well, Andy, that's a hard thing to
No. There must be something wrong with them. My mama always liked me.
Yeah, well, you know how gals' mamas is sometime, Andy.
Yeah, I know.
Well, hello there, boys. How is it?
Hello,
Hiya,
Kingfish.
Kingfish.
Just dropped in to see what's new.
Well, I was having trouble with a gal.
There ain't nothing new about that.
Well, there's something new about this. I wants to get married.
You hear that, Amos? The man wants to get married. They still ain't got all the crazy men locked up yet, is it?
Well, you was married, Kingfish, and you ain't locked up.
No, but there ain't much difference.
Tain't, huh?
Brother Andy, when a man gets married, he might as well put adhesive tape on his lips. He done had his last chance to open his mouth.
He is, huh?
When the average married man say, I do, well, he just done said everything. From then on, his vocal cords is just a luxury.
Well, listen here. I don't care what you say, Kingfish. I wants to marry this gal. She's pretty.
That's only skin deep.
She's got class.
That'll disappear.
She's sweet.
That won't hang around long, neither.
And she happened to have some money.
That won't be... Andy, why don't you marry the gal?
All you got to hear is money, huh, Kingfish?
Well, Amos is just that if Andy marry a gal with money, he can go into one of the businesses that he has always wanted to. Ain't that right, partner dear?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Marry the gal, Andy. Do me a favor.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Wait till I tell you what Sabina's mama say about me.
What's that?
She say I is uncouth. And on top of everything else, her mama say I ain't got no background or no charm or refinement or nothing.
All right, I tell you what. We'll get them things for you, Andy. Look here. I'm going over to see Henry Van Porter. He knows all about that charm stuff. Don't do nothing till you hears from me.
In other words, Kingfish, before Andy can sway the young lady to enter into matrimony, he got to polish off some of the rough edges, huh?
Yeah, like I tell you, Henry, if Andy marries this gal, there's going to be some dough floating around. We might be able to get in the way of some of it, me and you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just got to get him coosed up. That's all we got to do.
Yes, well, wait a minute, Kingfish. I have a thought here. It so happens that my sister-in-law, Eula, is head maid at one of the big downtown hotels.
Mm-hmm.
Now, only yesterday, she asked me if I knowed of anybody that would be interested in taking a job as valet or sort of a man about the house.
Oh, what about it?
Well, the man that's looking for this valet happens to be none other than Charles Boyer, the big moving picture actor.
Yeah, I still don't see what you're driving at, Henry.
Well, look here. Charles Boyer is the most cultured, refined, and charming actor on the screen today. He's got the knack of always saying the right thing at the right time.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. When I seen him in the picture, he didn't do much talking. Seemed to me all he done was kissing. But I guess you can't blame him for that. Better than driving a truck.
Well, Kingfish, if Andy was to take this job over a period of a few days, he has got to pick up some of Mr. Boyer's quality.
Yeah, that's right. I'll sell Andy the idea. Uh-oh. I just had a horrible thought.
What is it?
Oh, it couldn't be. I was just thinking how awful it would be if Mr. Boyer was to pick up some of Andy's qualities.
I'm telling you, Kingfish, I was willing to do anything to get Sabina to marry me, but how was I going to convince that Mr. Boyer that I is a valet?
Oh, listen, Andy, valeting ain't nothing. All you got to do is to figure out what you would want somebody to do for you if he was you instead of him. Then go ahead and do it for him instead of you. That's all you got to do.
What is that again, Kingfish? This left ear of mine ain't been picking up good lately.
Andy, believe me, there's nothing to it. You'll catch on right away.
All right, I'll do it.
Great. And listen, don't forget the most important thing when you was up there, keep your eye on Mr. Boyer and soak up all the couthing you can.
Oh, Miss Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
That man who was going to apply for the job as my valet,
He has not arrived yet, has he?
No, but I expect he'll be here any minute.
Ordinarily, I could get along myself. It's just that I'm so busy here in New York.
Yes, producing a picture and selling war bonds at the same time certainly keeps you on the go.
Well, I hope I can get a valet to help me.
I'll get it.
Oh, I hope it's him.
My name is Andrew H. Brown. I done come to see Mr. Boyer.
Come right in.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Boyer, this is Andrew H. Brown.
Oh, Mr. Brown. Entrez donc.
Oh, pretty good. Entrez donc to you.
Now, sit down. Sit down. You've come to take the valet job, no?
I done come to take the valet job, yes.
Well, I think you will do, Andrew. You know, I like you.
Yeah, well, I'm crazy about you, too.
And you know, with me, the first impressions are what counts. At the very first glance, I can tell that you are industrious, reliable, hard-working, and never loaf on the job.
Who, me? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm on my toes, all right. Yes.
Well, then it is settled. My secretary will discuss the salary with you, and I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Mr. Boyer, one thing I'd like to ask you. Is I going to be around you a lot while I was on this job?
Oh, yes. In the course of your duties, you will have quite a bit of contact with me. Oh, by the way, Andrew, tomorrow morning, I would like you to press my Oxford grey suit. I'm expecting a very charming young lady to visit me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Boyer.
What is it?
Would it be all right if I brung along a notebook?
Well, Andy has a job as valet to Charles Boyer. Right now, he's talking it over with Amos.
So you're going to start tomorrow, huh, Andy?
Yeah, and it looked like it's going to work out great, Amos. I guarantee that by tomorrow night, they're going to be a new Andrew H. Brown. Charming, refined, culturous, and couth.
Oh, Andy, wait a minute. You know that charm stuff ain't like the measles. You don't get it and have it break out on you all the same day, you know.
Yeah, well, if things work out like they look like they're going to work out, I is going to be so refined by tomorrow night that Sabina and her mama will both want to marry me.
Uh-huh.
You know, I done called her up and made a date, and I told her she is going to see a new Andrew H. Brown.
Well, Andrew, I see you've been busy this morning. Everything looks shipshape.
Everything look what?
Shipshape.
Sheep-shape? You know, Mr. Boyer, the way you talk sometimes, I can't comprehend all the words in your vocabulary.
Oh, well, Andrew, you are no Patrick Henry yourself, you know.
I see you got that gray suit on, Mr. Boyer. I done pressed it for you, you know.
Oh, yes. Merci.
Yeah, I guess it is a little messy, all right. But, I'll do better the next time.
Oh, as I told you yesterday, Andrew, I have an important appointment here today with a young lady, and I would like you to tidy up the living room a bit.
Oh, I already done that. Yes, sir. It's slick as a whistle.
Oh, well, in that case, I think it...
Mr. Boyer, Miss Cummings is here.
Oh, good. I'll be right in. Oh, Andrew, when you have a chance, put some oil on the hinges of that door. It's so squeaky.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Boyer. I'll get around to it.
Miss Cummings, I'm so happy to see you.
I guess I'm a little early.
No. Tell me, did you learn the part in the picture script?
Every word of it. And I must say it's a fine piece of writing. Are you going to play a part in it yourself, Mr. Boyer?
Oh, heaven forbid. I've already made 3 pictures this year. A man's lower lip can stand just so much, you know.
I see. You're just going to produce it.
That's right. I'm very anxious to hear you do this part because I'm looking for new faces for this picture. That's why I came to New York. Well, suppose we run over it and see how it sounds. Just for now, I will take the part of Philip. You realize, of course, that in the picture someone else will play this. It wasn't written for me.
Oh, I can see that from the lines.
Well, let us take this scene at the villa near the Casbah in Algiers.
Oh, yes, I adore that scene.
Now, remember, you are the beautiful American girl, and you do not know that Philippe is a low, miserable person, the equivalent of an American gangster. Mm-hmm. All right, Miss Cummings, begin, please.
Yes. Philippe, you shouldn't have come here.
Why, it's after dark, and I've come by the rooftops. The gendarmes will not know.
That is not what I mean, Philippe. I've told you before that you and I are not for each other.
You forget. What Philippe wants, Philippe takes.
Why are you looking at me so strangely?
Because I do not like it when you say things like that to me. Ah, you crazy woman. You... Andrew, what is it?
I just brung in some ice water here. I thought you might get thirsty.
Well, thank you. Put it over there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You crazy woman.
Suppose I were to tell you that I was leaving immediately.
Before you could get to that door, my dear, I would kill you. Andrew, what's the matter? Why do you stand around?
Excuse me. I'm going right back to the kitchen, yeah.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Before you could get to that door, my dear, I would kill you.
No, Philippe. No, you wouldn't kill me. Killing comes to a man like you as easy as the lifting of a finger. But you would never kill that which you love.
Oh, Miss Cummings, that was excellent.
Thank you.
Of course, it must be very difficult for you when I'm so clumsy with this part. As I said before, this is not a part I could play, but I will do the best I can just for now. Let us go on with it. Your next line, please.
Oh, yes. Philippe, please stay away from me. Don't come near me.
Oh, you are lovely.
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Oh, I twisted your arm. I hurt you. Well, did it ever occur to you that my heart has also... Oh, Andrew, what is it now?
Well, I brung you another pitcher of water just in case you done drunk up the other one.
Oh, no. Andrew, why don't you just run a hose in here?
Oh, yes, sir. Well...
All right, that would be all, Andrew.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, my darling, look into my eyes. Tell me that you will be in my arms wherever I go.
No, Philippe, no.
You will do as I say. Otherwise, I will beat you. And the more I beat you, the more you will love me.
Oh, I do love you.
And you will always love me, even though I treat you like a dog. Andrew, now, what are you writing on that notebook?
Just keeping track of how many pitchers of water I done brung in.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes, that's very important. We must not lose track of that. But, Andrew, you can do that outside.
Yes, sir.
Poor fellow. He is far from being the ideal servant, but they're so hard to get today.
Yes, I know.
Of course, there is one thing. With Andrew around, I'll never die of thirst.
Shall I go on with the scene?
Yes, please.
It is the strangest thing, Philippe. When you are out of my sight, I hate you. But the moment your eyes meet mine, I'm under your spell. I would only be a fool to pretend. I will always love you, no matter what you do.
So, but how can I be sure what you say is true? What if I should go away for months at a time and then come home and tell you I've grown tired of you?
I would say I love you.
And your mother? What if she should come to take you away from me? What about that? What if I were to throw her out into the gutter?
I would still say I love you.
Let us press together our lips till eternity. But remember, my dear, if you should ever as much as look at another man, I would cut his throat. I would tear it. Andrew!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It now?
Well, this don't seem like a water-drinking crowd, so I come to take the water out again.
Andrew, I don't know what I would do without you. Why don't you go home?
What?
Look, Andrew, it's been a bit confusing here. Your first day. You must be tired. Why don't you go home and get some rest, and tomorrow you'll feel like a new man.
Mr. Boyer, I feel like a new man right now. Kingfish, grab hold of that collar button in the back there and help me get this stiff collar on, will you?
Okay, Andy. Boy, all dressed up like you is, and with that charm you done picked up all this afternoon from Mr. Boyer, you can't mess with that gal tonight.
Yeah.
You really coosed up to the gills.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Kingfish, anybody that could peep in and see me making love to Sabina won't be able to tell the difference between me and Charles Boyer.
Yeah, you really done learned some of that charm stuff up there this afternoon, huh?
Oh, sure. You know something? Mr. Boyer had a gal up there visiting him. And you know something, Kingfish?
Oh, what?
Charm ain't nothing like people think it is. Got a little more zip to it.
What do you mean, Andy?
Well, it's kind of a secret, Kingfish. Me and Mr. Boyer don't want this to spread round. Before you know it, everybody'd be charming and there wouldn't be no bums left.
Yeah, I see your point there, Andy.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm about ready to go.
Yeah, you look great, Andy. Good luck to you, son. And set that wedding date as soon as possible so we can get right into business the next day, partner dear.
I'll get it, Mother.
Oh, that must be Andrew Brown now. I can hardly wait to see him as he really is.
Coming.
Sabina, I'm going to listen from behind the portiere.
Come in, Andy.
Oh, oui, mercy beau beep and all that stuff.
Come in, Andy. Won't you sit down?
Wait a minute. Don't you notice nothing?
What you mean, Andy?
Well, can't you see that I was looking strange at you with my eyes?
No, they sure enough don't look strange to me.
They don't, huh? Don't they look kind of dreamy, kind of half open there? My cherry, come close to me and let me crush you.
Why, Andy!
You is crazy about me, no? That no really mean yes, but it's a charming way of putting it.
Andy, let go of my hand. I don't think we should hold hands now.
Who wants to hold hands? I'm going to twist your arm.
Oh, Andy!
Oh, boy, this charm and culture really oozing out of me, ain't it?
Andy, you hurt my arm.
Sabina, that's 'cause I loves you. I'm going to keep on loving you more every day till I ends up treating you like a dog. How I doing, honey?
Andy, I don't understand you. I've never seen anything like this before.
Well, that's just 'cause I guess you ain't never run up into this high-class refinement and cooped-up culture stuff before.
But, Andy, this is such a strange way to show your affection.
Oh, this ain't nothing. Wait till I start beating you.
Oh, I've heard enough. Andrew Brown, you get out of here.
Well, now, wait a minute, honey.
Wait a minute, nothing. I heard every word of this.
Oh, hello, Mother.
You get on out of here this minute, Andrew Brown.
How would you like to land in the gutter?
If you don't get out of here this very instant, I'll call the police.
Hey, take it easy. I just being charming here. You was looking at the new Andrew H. Brown.
I didn't like the old one. And I don't like the new one twice as much. Get out.
Well, wait a minute. Take it easy, Miss Emerson. I can explain everything.
Well, explain this then.
Ow. Miss Emerson, please,
Sabina,
give me a chance.
call the police.
No, don't do that. Miss Emerson, put that vase down. I'm going.
Oh, Andrew.
Hello, Mr. Boyer.
Well, you're a little late for work this morning.
Yeah, well, I was quitting the job, Mr. Boyer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's something I want to tell you.
What is that, Andrew?
Mr. Boyer, if you don't forget that love-making system you got, you're going to end up by getting your head busted in.
And now, as I promised you, here is an important message. We take you now to Washington, D.C. to hear from Mr. Elmer Davis, Director of the Office of War Information.
I'm going to speak very briefly about a matter that concerns all of us. The coming months will be vitally important to every American. Soon the enemy in Europe will feel the full impact of our military blows. We are going to hit, as the President has said, from various points of the compass. We are converging for the attack. 1944 can be the year of destiny in the European war. The attack which we will launch in cooperation with our allies is not merely an assault by soldiers and sailors and Marines. It is the combined attack of the entire American nation. For in this war, what we do at home affects very greatly our success in the field. The harder we work, the more we put into our jobs, the more chance we have of knocking out the enemy more quickly, and the more chance we have of keeping our casualties down. There's another aspect to this story. I am sure the men in Italy, the men fighting in the Pacific, and the men who will be fighting in other parts of Europe would like to feel that the whole country is in back of them. They will know how quickly and how successfully we invest in the common effort, and the enemy will know too. We in OWI will see to it that the people of occupied countries and the people of enemy countries will know about it. For this is a demonstration of the unity of America against the common foe. In a way, by buying bonds, we are all engaged in psychological warfare. For the Nazi leaders are apparently unwilling to face the test of going to the public for their war loans. They can't do it. Our people can. For here, everyone is part of the war, at the front or back at home. And as we prepare for the attack in Europe and attacks in the Pacific, the thing we all do as individuals is very important. And one thing we can do is to invest as much as we are able in war bonds. Let's all buy war bonds.
Thank you, Mr. Elmer Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to join the Amos and Andy Show next Friday night at this same time when the boys will have as their guest Miss Ethel Waters. Our thanks to Charles Boyer for appearing with us tonight. He can currently be seen in Universal's all-star production, Flesh and Fantasy, of which he is co-producer. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, wishing all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show where there's orchestra, the singing glee, we're the Smoothies three. Last but not least, and with Bud Easton. Another Monday night brings another Burns and Allen show to your house with this swell dinner suggestion that it's as snappy as a new fall hat. Headline the evening meal with a Spam bake. Just open a can of Spam and bake this delicious meat. Takes only a jiffy, and you'll find the easy recipe right on the label. All summer, smart housewives have served Spam cold. Now that fall is here, baked Spam makes a real hit. When you bake Spam, you enhance the meaty flavor, the satisfying goodness of this delicious meat. You save time because Spam, a perfect blend of pure pork shoulder with ham meat added, is cooked by Hormel's own formula to preserve all the natural juicy flavor and tenderness of choice meats. Try baked Spam for dinner tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam when you shop. You'll discover in baked Spam an economical main course that satisfies the family completely. but here they are, the two favorites of our Spam family, George and Gracie.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, George, here it is, September.
Yes, Gracie, and the summer is practically over.
Leaves are beginning to fall. It's starting to get cold.
Squirrels are beginning to gather nuts.
I'm staying indoors from now on.
In 9 weeks, it'll be Thanksgiving.
In 10 weeks, it'll be Thanksgiving again.
Picture stars have stopped taking sunbaths.
Tourists are leaving town.
Dorothy Lamore's taking off her sarong.
Tourists are coming back again.
Pretty soon, the rest of the country will be snowed in, but California will be sending oranges to Florida, grapefruit to Illinois.
Raspberries to Florida.
Oh, yes, I certainly killed that joke. Oranges to New York. Yes. Well, that ought to take care of the fall weather.
Sí, yo siempre he dicho que el clima de California es una cosa preciosa. A mí me gusta mucho.
Oh, yes, in spades. What is that, Senor Lee?
In weather like this, I always go into the Brown Derby and order myself a nice glass of gold milk.
Gold milk?
Sí.
You mean cold milk?
The prices they charge, it must be gold.
For your information, that milk traveled 3,000 miles to get here.
So I had to pay the taxi fare?
Well, this is fine. Now the Brown Derby will take my picture off the wall.
Oh, they won't go back into the kitchen just for that.
By the way, George, I saw Jack Benny and Mary Livingston at the Derby last week, and Jack invited me to sit down and have dinner.
Really, Artie?
Yeah, Mary ordered a steak, and I had a roast pheasant.
What was Jack eating?
His heart out.
Stop kidding about Jack Benny being cheap. He worked very hard for his money. He's been on the radio for 10 years, and he finally came out on top.
Yeah, by the handful.
Well, now it's time for the smoothies. Charlie, Babs, and Little. Kids, what are you going to sing tonight?
It's a song about two comedians talking to each other.
What's the name of it?
Trade winds.
I don't get it. Oh, George, I knew I had something to tell you. Somebody suggested that with the fall programs coming back on the air, you should get the jump on everybody by getting a guest star.
My dear Bud, whoever told you that could not have been listening to our program.
The sponsor suggested it.
And furthermore, Bud, the sponsor?
Yeah, sponsor.
There must be a mistake. See, all the programs I've been on, they brought in guest stars only when the program needed help. The weaker the program, the bigger the guest star they needed.
The sponsor wants you to get Clark Gable.
What does he want with Clark Gable? I can't understand that.
You can't understand what, Judge?
Gable is a movie actor. He's only been on the radio for about 4 times. I've been on the radio for 12 years.
I can't understand that either.
Guest star. Artie, do you think I need to get any help?
All I know, George, is that for years my family would gather around the radio whenever you were on. And they would sit by that radio until the program was over.
Thanks, Artie.
And then they'd turn it on.
Clark Gable is a guest star. Take away his looks and his personality, and what have you got?
George Burns.
Gracie.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
If you're thinking of getting a guest star, why not give me the opportunity? I used to be a great Shakespearean actor.
Really?
Yes, for years I toured the country in various Shakespearean roles.
Look, there's something I always wanted to know. In the play Hamlet, was there really a love affair between Hamlet and Ophelia?
In the company I was in, there was.
Well, anyway, I don't need a guest star. Sponsor or no sponsor.
Hello? Spam program.
I'm not getting a guest star.
Who?
I'm the boss of
Just a
this
minute.
program. And when I
George.
say something, I mean it.
George.
I wouldn't get a guest star if
George.
you paid me for a
Hey,
fortune.
Poopsie!
Quiet with that Poopsie.
The sponsor on the phone.
The sponsor? Oh, hello? Yeah, this is George Burns. Yeah. What? What? Yeah, but that shows that the male star of the program is weak. Yeah, but that shows... Yeah, but that... Yeah, but... Yeah, but...
Sounds like Abbott and Costello.
Yeah, but... Well, all right, I'll get Clark Gable and Lionel Barrymore, but Ronald Coleman we don't need. Yeah, but... Well, I don't know whether I can get them. They cost a lot of money. Oh, you want me to call you back? Oh, you're at a board meeting discussing my option? Oh, certainly I'll get them. You wouldn't want me to get Mickey Rooney, too? Oh, later, huh? Well, goodbye, sir. And I'll spare no expams. Spams. That's a joke. Oh, he hung up. Well, that makes us one happy little family. Lionel Barrymore, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable. How do you get men like that?
Oh, it's easy. I just drop my handkerchief and they pick it up and I say, how do?
Oh, stop.
I'll say that later.
Gracie, they're discussing our option. We've got to do something.
Well, George, why don't you get an impersonator who can imitate those stars?
Say, that's a great idea.
And I know just the fellow. He's a great mimic.
A mimic?
Yes.
You mean mimic?
No, mimic. He imitates Al Jolson.
I suppose if he could imitate Papa Dion, he'd be a puppet.
No, then he'd be a panic.
A panic? Gracie, you may not know it, but getting an impersonator was a great idea.
Down where the trade winds play, down where you lose the day. We found a new world where paradise starts. We traded hearts way down where the trade winds play. Music was everywhere. Flowers were in her hair. Under a morning of silvery boughs, we traded vows the night that I sailed away. Oh, trade winds, what a vow that lovers make. Oh, trade winds are the only made to break. When it is May again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, it's not the same. She traded her name down where the trade winds play. What all the vows that all the lovers make. Trade winds are the only made to break. When it is May again, when it is May again, I'll sail away again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, my love is burning, still it's not the same. You know, no love is so. Trade winds blow, you gotta blow. Oh, blow, blow, you gotta blow. Trade winds blow.
Well, Bud, we're all set. I just hired a great mimic.
Oh, can he do Gable?
He can do anybody. In fact, Gracie is downstairs now, and she's getting a script of Boomtown.
Oh, George, I just got it. Here's the script.
Did you get the radio senses okay?
Yes, except for a few minor changes.
Good. Now, will everybody get around me, and I'll read the play. Now, the first scene takes place in a thriving oil town, and there's a lot of hustle and bustle.
George, the censor says you can't say that on the radio.
Say what?
Bustle.
All right, the bustle is out.
Oh, where else can it be?
Well, in this little town, there's an oil well right in the middle of the street. Now, some careless man leaves a few sacks of TNT lying at an angle.
Can't do it.
Why not?
You've got to leave out the sacks angle.
All right, somebody left some TNT.
George, you're not going to say TNT.
Why not?
Brother, that's dynamite.
Some careless man drops a match. Is that better? And sets the oil well on fire. And at that moment, the hero is entering the town saloon, and he's just about to step in.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't mention step in.
Well, I'm sorry. It was just a slip.
Can't mention slip.
Can't, huh?
That comes under the ban.
Underwear?
Can't do it.
Can't do what?
Can't mention underwear.
All right, forget the underwear.
That's even worse.
I suppose to do this play, I'll have to get an okay from the Secretary of the Interior.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
It's icky.
Well, this is fine. If I can't do this play tonight, I'll probably wind up without a job and walking around on my bare feet.
You cannot do that.
Why not?
Too corny.
Well, quiet, everybody. We're going to do Boomtown. If it was good enough for the movies, it's good enough for the radio. I don't want any more interruptions. Oh, that's probably the impersonator. Sound man, open the door.
You can't say that on the radio. Why not? This door is made of wood. Wood is made of pine. Pine is knotty, and you can't say knotty words on the radio.
Sound man, open the door.
Hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, this is Peter Lynn Hayes, everybody. Hello, Peter.
Hey, listen, I'm sure glad to get this job, Mr. Burns. I haven't worked for about 6 months. I haven't eaten since last week, and you don't happen to have a sandwich on you.
You mean spamwich?
Later, Peter. We're broadcasting now, you see.
Gee, I haven't had a bite since Thursday.
George, shall I buy them?
Quiet. Look, say, Peter, it's very important that you do these impersonations perfectly. I want Lionel Barrymore, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable.
No, but I can't do Gable.
You can't do Gable? You can't do Gable? Well, now I'm in a terrible mess. Here, well, you can take the script anyway.
Have you got a knife and fork?
Look, don't eat it, just read it. Bud, will you get the sponsor on the phone?
George, what are you going to say to him if he can't do Gable?
Well, I'll suggest Gary Cooper. I'll suggest Charles Lawton. I'll suggest Georgie Rabb.
Can't do that on the radio.
Why not?
Too suggestive.
Bud, will you get the sponsor?
Okay.
Senor Burns, if you want a good mimic, I'm just the man you're looking at.
You're a good mimic?
I'm positive, I think. I do a very fine impersonation of a cockney.
A cockney?
Listen, put up your hands and reach for the ceiling, you mug.
What kind of a cockney is that?
James Cockney.
Oh, quiet.
Here's the sponsor, George. I've got him on the phone.
Oh, hello? Well, I finally did it. I got Ronald Coleman, I got Lionel Barrymore, and I got a big surprise for you. Instead of Gable, I got Charles Lawton and... Yeah, but... Oh, you're going back into the board meeting to discuss the option? Oh, sure, I'll get Gable for you. Yes, if I say I'll get him, I'll get him. What do you think I am? Oh. Goodbye. Gracie, what do you think the sponsor said to me?
You can't say that on the radio.
You said it. Now Artie Shaw and his boys will do Rose Room, which, by the way, they play nightly at the Rose Room of the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. Plug. I know that, Gracie. But the sponsor wants Gable, and we haven't got Gable.
But we've got Lionel Barrymore, so let's do Dr. Kildare.
Yeah, but we've got to get Gable. And Gable was in Boomtown.
All right, so let's make it Dr. Kildare goes to Boomtown.
But that still doesn't give us Gable.
Well, I've got an idea. Want to hear it?
Yes, I'm all ears.
Then you play Gable.
Well, this is I'll hire a mimic, and he can imitate everybody except the one I want.
Oh, that's nothing, George. Great things can't really be imitated. Now, take Spam.
I got you into that nicely.
Thank you very kindly. Cold or hot, Spam hits the spot is a phrase that fits Spam to a T. All summer long, millions have enjoyed Spam served cold. This delicious meat will continue as a mealtime mainstay served for lunch, just as it comes from the can, because it's all ready to eat. Now that school has started, you like to send the family away in the morning with a breakfast that sticks to the ribs. Well, here's a suggestion for a mighty good breakfast that's easy to fix and never fails to get the family up in a hurry. Spam and eggs. You don't have to worry about the family going away hungry because Spam, S-P-A-M, is delicious meat with a satisfying taste and flavor. Just open a can of Spam, cut off thin slices, and fry quickly in a hot pan. And egg sunny side up with tender, juicy, golden brown slices of fried Spam is a hearty breakfast as bright as the morning sun, and certainly a welcome change. Give your family Spam and eggs. You'll save time in the kitchen and serve good, economical meals. Spam keeps without refrigeration and is always ready for quick action. So ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow. Try the several easy recipes on the label. Then you'll know why Spam is good served cold or served hot.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
And now for our play.
But, Gracie, we haven't got Gable.
I've got it all fixed.
Starring Lionel Barrymore, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable.
Entitled It Can't Happen Here.
George, that's not the name of it. The title is The Great Appendicitis Operation, or A Scar is Born.
A scar? Gracie, what about gay?
Leave it to me. Music.
As the play opens, we find Dr. Kildare and Nurse Allen in the operating room. The doctor is performing a very delicate operation. It's a very tense moment.
Nurse, forceps. Scalpel. Needle. Well, there you are. Perfect job.
Oh, thanks, Doctor. And now sew up the hole in my other stocking.
Enough of that. Where's Dr. Lionel Barrymore?
Quarreling with his brother John Barrymore about a face operation.
Well, of course, there are two sides to everything.
Except John's face.
Nurse Allen, look, I've got my own troubles.
Oh, please, Doctor, not so loud. You're disturbing the patient in 414.
414?
Mm-hmm.
What patient?
The one who has a temperature of 109.
A temperature of 109?
Yes.
How can he live?
Well, he gets an allowance from his folks.
Temperature of 109 is very dangerous. What did you do with him?
Well, I put him to bed with that patient who's got the chills.
Well, I better go up and see him.
Nobody's allowed in 414.
Gracie, what about Abel Gay?
I've got it all fixed.
You have, huh?
Look, here comes Dr. Lionel Barrymore.
Well, I hope you got it fixed. Oh, hello, Dr. Lionel Barrymore.
See here, son, who said you knew anything about medicine? I left positive instructions that little Billy should be kept on a strict diet. And he's brought into surgery with a hamburger sandwich clutched in his hand.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Doctor.
Well, you should be. So I placed this little guy on the operating table, and I administered the anesthesia myself. And I stood there looking at him. I stood gazing at that poor face until those tired little eyes finally closed.
Well, Doctor, what did you do?
What do you think I did? I ate the hamburger.
Still hungry, huh?
You mean spam burger.
I wonder where I can find Dr. Ronald Coleman.
Doctor, you're disturbing the patient in 414.
Who is that patient in 414?
The one who's got appendicitis.
Well, then I must operate.
Oh, no. His wife won't let you.
Why not?
Well, she says she won't have anybody else opening her mail.
Gracie, what about Abelgate?
Don't worry.
Dr. Kildare, go to surgery G. Dr. Kildare, go to surgery G.
I can't go to G.
Then go to H.
What kind of a hospital is this anyway?
Please, Doctor, you're disturbing the patient in 414.
Will you forget that man in 414?
But, Doctor, he's got chills.
Did you shake all over?
No, only in 414.
Gracie, did you fix that clock on the wall? I'm not Gable to tell the time.
It's all fixed.
As if I hope so. Hello?
Hello, this is Dr. Shaw.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
They just brought in a patient wearing a white sweater. Send stretcher at once.
What do you want the stretcher for?
The sweater doesn't fit me.
Some doctor.
Dr. Kildare?
Yes, what is it, Senor Lee?
Operate quick, Doctor. A piece of cinder fleed me in the eye.
It fleed you in the eye?
Hey.
You mean it flew in your eye?
Fleed.
Flew. Look, what comes after flies?
Flit.
Nurse Allen, will you go out and look for Dr. Coleman?
Please, Doctor, you're disturbing the patient in 414.
Who is this fellow in 414? How did he get in here without me seeing him?
Well, he was an accident case. He fell off an ironing board.
A ironing board?
He was pressing his pants and he forgot to take them off.
Look, Gracie, if we don't get...
We got.
When?
Later.
Oh. Dr. Kildare.
Yes, Dr. Heaston.
I just got a telephone call from New York that might interest you. This person said there's nothing better for a person who expects a nervous breakdown than a good dish of mongoose.
Raw mongoose?
No, it's cooked.
Who said mongoose is cooked?
The sponsor if you don't get Gable.
Gracie.
Don't worry, don't worry. Here comes Dr. Coleman now.
Well, Dr. Ronald Coleman.
My dear Dr. Kildare, it's an honor and a pleasure to be a visiting surgeon in your great hospital. I've devoted my entire life to medicine. As a medical man, you know I'm speaking the truth when saying the reward we seek is not material. I don't want glory. I don't want fame. I just want one thing for my work.
Well, what is it you want?
You don't happen to have a sandwich.
No.
You mean sandwich.
Quiet. This is going far enough.
Oh, please, Doctor, you're disturbing the patient in 414.
Oh, stop with that 414.
George, the sponsor is on the phone again.
Oh, well, good night. Hello. I know. Yes, I know. Well, I tried and I did my best and...
Give me that phone. Hello? This is Gracie Al speaking. What? What? We haven't got Clark Gable. We haven't got Clark Gable. Who do you think that fellow is in 414?
Well, that's all I want to know. And from the new Jolson show, Gracie will now sing Would You Be So Kindly? Sing it.
I'm not so hot in my IQ, but that's okay. I've got to tell you I like you, and that ain't hay. I'm not so bright, not so sharp, not so smooth in the sizzling phrases. And so I ask you in my curioso way, oh, would you be so kindly to treat me not so blindly? Or would you be so kindly if you please? Or would you be so sweetly to sweep me off my feetly? I'm asking you discreetly on my knees. Or would you be so gently to say that you'll be true and say it sentimentally, just like and keep it too? Or would you be so cutely to love me absolutely? Because to put it brutally, I love you. Now, baby, would you be so kindly, so very, very kindly, to show me how to find me a little piece of mindly? Or would you be so kindly if you please? Or would you be so goodly, wouldn't you, to treat me as you shouldly, shouldn't you? I'm so misunderstoodly. Why must you tease? Oh, come on, I'm waiting for an answer. Won't you be an angel and tell me I'm divine? I have a feeling strangely that you will soon be mine and bells will chime. Oh, don't be namby-pamby. Let's raise a little family. 'Cause being like I am, I love you. I do, and I do mean you.
Would you like to see the family completely satisfied after dinner tomorrow evening? Well, here's a sure way to do it. Open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. Take out this tender, delicious meat, stud with cloves, and pop it into the oven. Baste with a little orange or pineapple juice. Only takes a jiffy, and the simple recipe is right on the label of the Spam can. When a delightful aroma sneaks out of the oven, you'll hardly be able to wait for dinner to be ready. There's an economical main course that's easy to fix, grand to eat. Be sure to ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Good night.
And, Peter, I want to thank you for those grand impersonations. But how come that you couldn't do Clark Gable?
Well, that would be a very tedious job. In order to do a fellow like Clark Gable, I'd have to stay close to him for about 7 weeks.
Should happen to me.
Good night, all.
Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.